Good evening. Welcome to the Council Advisory Committee meeting of February 10th, 2025. This meeting is being live streamed on the Kenfill's YouTube channel. Before we begin, I look out in the audience here and we have a great crowd, but I want to give a warm welcome to our former mayor of Kenfill many years ago and also current mayor of the municipality of the County of Kings, Mr. Corkum. Mayor Corkum, he's dressed for the golf course, but he came out to see us tonight. I call this meeting to order. The chair notes we do have quorum, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that we gather on Mi'kma'ki, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people, covered by the treaties of peace and friendship signed in 1726. We acknowledge and honor our shared responsibility as treaty people. Additionally, we recognize and express our gratitude for the lasting contributions of people of African descent who have called Nova Scotia home for over 400 years. And we honor the ancestors whose legacy continues to shape this land. I will begin by asking if there's any conflict of interest issues that council should be made aware of before we begin this meeting. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to disclose that I have a conflict of interest with the Kenfill Volunteer Fire Department budget presentation, and that I will recuse myself from any decision-making or discussion on that topic.
Okay, thank you. At that time, we'll ask you just to sit in the audience, and then you can come back up when the discussion's done. Thank you. We've been provided with a proposed agenda. CAO, do you have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Your Worship, there are a couple of changes. If we could remove item 7B, policy amendment G21 FCM conference policy. We'll bring that forward at a later date, given the amount of material that's on the agenda for tonight.
Okay.
And the Kenfill Volunteer Fire Department budget presentation will remain in new business. With council's permission, we will move the actual discussion up following the Kenfill Ravine Hemlock Tree conservation discussion. I know that there's some scheduling issues and we want to make sure that we don't keep the fire service here all evening. So,
Or the rest of us too, right?
The rest of us may be here all evening.
All right.
And then on the in-camera, 10A should be negotiations. 10B deals with public safety issue, and 10C is land sale.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
So moved.
And a seconder? Deputy Mayor, so motion, Councillor Savage, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Cole. All those in favor? Motion's carried. We now have a set of minutes from the January 13th, 2025 Council Advisory Meeting. Are there any changes to these minutes? If there's none, they'll be filed as presented. No changes? We're going to move right along. So we have two presentations tonight. We'll invite Emily Boucher up from the Valley Wren for an update. And to the presenter, you have 10 minutes to present, and we're very strict on the timing tonight because we have a full package, and don't think anybody brought their pajamas tonight, so we're going to keep rolling. The floor is yours, Emily.
Thank you so much, Your Worship and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Let's see. Okay, everyone can see that? Perfect. I promise to keep this short and sweet. I focused this evening on presenting on sector development updates on behalf of the Regional Economic Development Organization, Valley Regional Enterprise Network. And thanks again for taking the opportunity to allow me to present this evening. I also want to give a big shout out to Councillor Andrew and Councillor Kroll, who are our Liaison and Oversight Committee members and our primary contacts through your council with Valley Wren. And I've had more in-depth conversations with both Councillor Andrew and Councillor Kroll too. So sector development activities, two of the primary areas of sector development that we're working on behalf of Valley Wren are tourism and agri-food tech. And when I talk about sector development activities, these are long-term, multi-year, large-scale, massive regional initiatives that are years in the making. So as many of you may know, Valley Wren is taking on and tackling the regional tourism strategy for the Annapolis Valley. And as part of this strategy, we're now in the unification phase of of the implementation of this strategy. In August, we hired, as many of you will know, Genevieve Allen Hearn, formerly with KBC. We hired her as our tourism strategy manager, and she has been tasked with overseeing the implementation of key deliverables tied to this strategy. So I just want to highlight some overviews since the last update. One of the key areas of development is establishing the Annapolis Valley Tourism Network, which is a network of tourism operators throughout the Annapolis Valley, throughout our catchment, from West Hants all the way down actually to Annapolis County as well. They're also engaged in this activity. And basically, this is a network focused on developing and strengthening the relationships between tourism operators throughout the Annapolis Valley to really look at areas of increasing experiential activities and really promoting the region as a whole. So we've hosted to date 3 Annapolis Valley Tourism Network events. We are hosting one tomorrow at NSCC King's Tech called For the Love of Tourism, and this is hosted by the tourism and hospitality and culinary students. If you haven't yet registered, there are limited tickets. Please do. It's going to be tomorrow evening, but I encourage you to come out. It's a great opportunity to connect with tourism operators in the Valley who are engaged in the work that we're doing. One of the biggest components and deliverables tied to our sector development activities in tourism is building the foundation framework for a destination management organization. The Annapolis Valley has not had a dedicated destination management organization in more than a decade, and this allows us to really compete on the same level as regions like Cape Breton with organizations like Destination Cape Breton or Discover Halifax. So we're building the framework for that. Part of that is also building the capacity of tourism operators in our region. So I just wanted to highlight one program underway where we're working with 10 tourism operators across our region. And that's as part of our Accelerated Market Readiness program. So they're working on increasing their profitability, extending their season, so looking at Tourism 365, so looking at shoulder season tourism operations and improving overall efficiency with operations. We do have as well a designated tourism newsletter for updates. So if you have not already signed up for our tourism newsletter, I do ask you to do so. It provides you with key updates every month on activities tied to sector development activities that we're working on. I also wanted to highlight that part of the work that we're doing tied to creating a destination management organization is finding a sustainable funding model to make sure that it can continue to exist. So we're right now in the initial phases of consultations with municipal staff to develop an administrative framework across the region that focuses on developing a sustainable funding model. So that's tied to discussions around a marketing levy and other options or opportunities for sustainable funding. So this morning we actually hosted our first session with municipal staff and are working with our Transitional Implementation Working Committee, longest working committee title ever. We call it TWIC for short, which is made up of tourism operators. So we're connecting with both tourism operators and municipal staff to develop this framework. And the aim is by June is to have a framework developed and to be able to provide councils with recommendations on next steps. So that's, again, a very brief overview. How am I doing for time?
Great.
Am I? Okay, excellent.
4 minutes and 45
Oh,
seconds left.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Are there first and foremost any questions on the tourism piece? It is a massive undertaking, and there's a lot of moving parts, but I want to make sure that at any time, if you have any questions, please reach out. We continue to move forward and progress on this initiative.
Do you have much left in your presentation?
The next phase is agri-food tech.
All right. We'll take all the questions at the end when you're
Sure.
done. It's just easier, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Good.
So the next other big piece, and I will say this is timely, given the fact that the threat of U.S. tariffs are around. Over the past couple of years, we've been working and developing a lot of research. So if you go to our website and check under agri-food tech, there's significant research that has gone into the development and understanding of creating an agri-tech or ag tech corridor, which is basically an accelerator where we help support early stage companies tying in both agriculture companies and tech sector companies, and creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So based on all of that research that we've done, this past December, we hosted a session with stakeholders, support organizations, so including municipal staff, initially, as well as organizations like Acadia, NSCC COGS, Department of Agriculture, Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, and a number of other support organizations, looking at how we can work collaboratively to build and strengthen an entrepreneurial ecosystem and develop both a regional and provincial ag tech corridor. And based on the research that we've done to date, we've developed a pilot concept to look at setting up a social impact network. And basically a social impact network is a network that strengthens innovative, entrepreneurial-driven ecosystems. So this supports entrepreneurs, making sure that they have connections to whether it's venture capital, to mentorship, to resources and programming, to speed up the process for agri-food tech creation. So following this session, we really were focused on developing a commitment from support organizations to move a pilot concept forward. And from this session, we developed and had support for that commitment. So the next phases of this is basically fleshing out a pilot concept, which we're working on right now, focused on developing an impact network, testing up what that could look like. So similar to what we're doing in tourism as we're building
2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to speed up just a little bit. Building up the framework for an impact network, also incorporating network navigation, so navigating entrepreneurs to the resources that they need, and network communication. There's a lot of knowledge transfer lost, particularly with institutions, whether it's the research institution or academic institutions, making sure that we have, whether it's a digital library, making sure we're retaining knowledge related to this sector here in this region and provincially. So this is sort of what the pilot concept entails at a base level. Part of that also goes into brand strategy for our region, strengthening our brand and our region as an agri-food tech hub, and working collaboratively with other hubs such as Cumberland and Colchester. So that's some of the work that we're doing, and this is just some of the key pieces tied to that. The aim is to increase investment tied to agri-food tech, and this goes into really focused on food security, food sovereignty, and as we certainly are dealing with the potential of U.S. Tariffs, this is going to be more timely than ever. So our goal is to move and increase the speed of the pilot concept to roll this out as soon as possible. So that's, again, these are very detailed, complex projects, and our website does have, if you want to read a number of pages of research, I encourage you to do that. We do have an overview, but that's just sort of the next steps that we've been working on. And again, I just wanted to send a reminder to please, I encourage council members to follow our newsletter, because we do provide regular updates on that. So I think I covered everything within that
You did.
10 minutes, but.
2 seconds left. You did really
Well
good.
done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Emily. Are there any questions for Emily? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Emily. That was a great presentation, and happy to hear about the destination management organization. That's good to hear. One of the things I have heard in the community is that there is potentially some changes to the tourism and hospitality program, not just through NSCC here, but amongst other campuses across the province. So obviously in tourism, the labor force is very important. Have you had any sort of discussions with local government around that piece?
Certainly not directly with local government per se, but we have faculty members tied to our tourism implementation working committee that's part of this initiative. So that workforce piece is incredibly important, and I would say is tied over to other work that we do, whether it's under our population readiness pillar, so whether it's tied to immigration and settlement services, or just looking at labor market workforce data, making sure that we're aware of the impacts of any program changes. in the region, but we are certainly, in communication with our partners at NSCC and
Great.
throughout the community.
Yep, glad to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Emily, for your presentation. I'm just wondering, under the tourism piece, if you are aware of the Annapolis Valley Trail Coalition and the Harvest Moon Trailway as becoming, I think the main goal was to become a destination trail. And the coalition spent many years building that trailway, as well as the municipalities. And so I'm wondering what the REN is doing as far as promoting that trailway as a tourism destination within the Annapolis Valley.
So that would certainly be a function of a DMO, of a destination management organization, and that's why one needs to be created for the region, is really to focus on that regional marketing aspect. And those are, you mentioned two very important infrastructure pieces. As part of our project, over the next year, we will be undertaking an infrastructure and service gap analysis specifically for the tourism sector. And tied to that is also recognizing any community groups or organizations who are overseeing tourism assets. So it's important that we have that information available to our regional partners and provincial partners, so that they know all of where we are, what's the status of infrastructure tied to tourism. That could mean signage tied to tide times down near Blomidon. It could be tied to, as you mentioned, the importance of those trails and maintaining those trails. So one of the beauties of the destination management organization as well is that the funding that goes into a DMO can be leveraged for regional activities or events, for example. So let's say there was a national mountain biking event here in Kentville. Funds that the municipality may, let's say, typically spend on an event like that, a DMO could actually spend funds on behalf of the region to support that. So that's the benefit of a destination management organization and what it can do to support regional activities and that promote tourism across the region.
Okay, thank you. There is a website, and it's quite detailed, and people can right now go on from all over the world and look at different sections of the trail, and the trail is well marked with spots to stop and eat at and things like that. So I think probably the REN would be very helpful to promote that trail. So,
Absolutely,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
I guess there's no more questions. Thank you very much, Emily.
Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And I've been recovering from a cold, so I appreciate
You did good.
Appreciate this, thanks again.
Thank you. Up next, we have another presentation from Ken Harrison from the Friends of the Kentville Ravine.
Okay, we still have the REN up here.
Here, we can come get yours up for you.
Okay, please.
No problem.
Every system is different.
Exactly.
We won't start your 10 minutes yet. We'll wait till
Okay,
you,
that's-
till you
that's
start.
damn decent of you.
You can
Yeah.
adjust the,
Yeah.
this as well, for whichever height
Oh,
you like.
I don't care.
Oh, sorry, look at that, not even that helpful, am I? Yeah, I'm just gonna take this one with me. Oh, look at that, we opened our own.
Ah, there we go. Now we're good. Okay. Now, okay, I've got the right.
I think it's C, right, Jennifer?
Nope.
Oh, I see, it's right here. Look at
Yep,
that.
there we go. Yeah.
I'm guessing you'll want it presentation medium?
Yes, please.
You can hit
Yeah.
that
That's,
one there.
all right. Okay, which one is it? All the icons are different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanna bring the mouse right there,
Okay.
it'll take you right to the beginning.
Okay, where am I? I'm lost. Okay. Oh, there I am.
It's just hiding on you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
You got it.
All right, we're in business. Okay. My name's Ken Harrison. I want to talk to you a little bit about the hemlock woolly adelgid. And that's a mouthful. We just use the term HWA. It's seriously affecting southwestern Nova Scotia. Over the next few years, it will eliminate eastern hemlock throughout Nova Scotia. It's already expanded from the original find down around Yarmouth all the way up to us. We're on the leading edge of this. So this is what happens. Any of the green trees that you see there are not hemlock. All of the gray ones are hemlock. And this is a couple of locations in Digby County, and this is what happens. This was a particularly appropriate picture because it shows something similar to the ravine. And it's a tiny, tiny insect. And when I show you the spread, this gives you an idea of just what has happened. The insect attacks the growth tips of the hemlocks, and it's nearly 100% fatal in a very short time. This shows you the spread to now, and you'll notice all of these little green locations scattered around the rest of Nova Scotia. Those are stands that have hemlock in them and that will be lost in the next few years if we're not careful. We can't possibly save all of the hemlocks. We are on the leading edge of what is coming in, and don't get overconfident that the red spot, that everything in behind those red spots is, has been escaping the infestation. It hasn't. These red spots just simply give you a general idea of how broadly this particular insect has spread. It's a tiny insect with a very complicated life cycle. Let's see, come on here. Okay, what's going here next? Okay. Up, just one. Alrighty. So, there we go. Now we've just jumped ahead one. Up, and we're back. Okay. Yes, good idea, thank you. Every keyboard is. Yeah, okay, escape. There we go. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, this is where we were. Really, the town of Kentville must face the threat of the in the Kentville Ravine, and we really need the town to be a partner and commit to long-term predictable funding. In 2023 and 24, there's been significant funding commitments from the Blomidon Naturalist Society, the Kings County Rotary Charitable Foundation chipped in $40,000. Mud Creek Rotary Club in Wolfville chipped in an additional $10,000. And I know Craig has been involved with all of the work going on in the gorge. That was a really good learning experience for everyone because it's a difficult environment to work in, and a lot of the details of what has to be done in order to do this legally could be done on town land, whereas if we were to start in on the research station, we have to have permission because it's just an easement. We do not have ownership as the town, so it has to be under the terms of that easement. You can only proceed with work on that land with the permission of agriculture. So you're constrained, and that's the reason why we went with and pushed for going directly to the gorge, because it is town property. It's complicated. There are complex pesticide regulations that have to be followed. There's a way to control these things. And it needs a consistent approach. You're not going to get everything done in 1 year. We've proved that in the gorge. There's about 60% of the gorge got treated last year, and a lot of that was related directly to the amount of pesticide that could be injected or applied in a given hectare area. As soon as you hit that maximum, you have to stop. And so you have to go back and get back to it. So it's not a one-time operation at all. The gorge will require work in 2025 for sure, and possibly even longer, because there are setbacks around any of the stream flows. You have to use a different method to control the insect. And the scary part is the Kentville Ravine is twice the size of the gorge. So we're looking, it'll definitely be a 2 to 3 year project to get through that, because there's a lot of preliminary work that has to be done. And that involves going through and measuring the trees, because you can only apply a certain amount of chemical per diameter. And so by the time we get through that, we'll need to be back at the gorge again. So that's the complexity of this thing. This particular slide is in your handout as well. So the worst case, wrong arrow. Oh, come on. Yeah, all right, we'll get it here. There. So the worst case in the ravine is we would lose that unique, accessible, shady environment along the Elderkin Brook, which is a respite for all Kentville residents. And you can see a number of things here. If nothing is done to meet the challenge, the hemlock woolly adelgid will ultimately kill all of the eastern hemlocks in the ravine and around the town of Kentville. And there's no coming back, because unlike hardwoods, hemlocks do not sprout. They do not, so in other words, there won't be another crop next year coming from young trees, because anything this size of a hemlock will be killed by the insect.
3 minutes?
Yeah. The dead hemlock trees will become a fire hazard, and that would be very scary in the ravine. So, a breath of fresh air. It's really, just to review, we're looking for a multi-year commitment. The prep work required to do the measurement of the trees and determine proper dosages is time-consuming. There were several people involved with it that Craig can talk about that spent a lot of time going through the gorge, measuring trees, getting that kind of information. The steep slope in the ravine will be a challenge, and there are strict regulations about pesticide use and dosages and all that sort of thing. And again, just to add to it, there's some uncertainty about how quickly the chemical is taken up by the trees and whether it will be there to kill the little monsters when they find the trees. And it's really important to get on this early in the year, because if you go back to the original slide here, you'll notice the little egg sacs that are shown with the arrow. Those hatch along in April, and then the population just explodes, because they reproduce without the benefit of males. So as a result, they just go berserk, and they spread entirely throughout the stand. They're so tiny, you couldn't possibly see these in the other two illustrations without a good magnifier. They are so tiny, and when you're going into a hemlock stand, it's very easy to come out wearing these little things, and you wouldn't even be aware of it. So that's basically the story, and that concludes it.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any questions for Ken? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Ken. It's very important, obviously. and I think it's very important to this council. When you talk about a multi-year commitment, do we have any idea what that looks like? And I can direct that through the chair to Director Langell as well. Are you establishing or anticipating establishing a line item for it in the ensuing years?
I would say you pretty well have to.
And cost would be roughly?
It would have to involve someone who is involved with buying the chemicals.
Right.
And also the support mechanism within the town to manage the materials, to properly store them,
Yeah.
to have all the safety equipment that you need. You name it. I'm not sure how far that $40,000 went, but I think it would cover the cost of the chemicals.
Yes, the council approved $40,000 2 years ago.
Yep.
And we probably got through a quarter of it.
Okay.
Just because of the community donations and fundraising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's hard. It depends how many volunteers you have.
But the remaining funds that are in there are to be used for those pesticides to be purchased for restocking of
Yep.
the pesticides that we've used from the community forest. To answer your question with staffing, we do not have a staffing line. We had not proposed one of the staffing line. I did the work last year, and it was a lot of time and a lot of my time out.
I'm sure.
Which was great.
Yeah.
But there's also a department to be run at the same time. We do have it, we applied for the Clean Foundation grant to get a student for 15 weeks. And that grant covers 60% of the wages for 15 weeks. So that was how we were going to try to tackle the gorge, and was still with support from obviously our volunteers, Donna Conrad from Medway Community Forest.
Okay.
Crossland. Yeah, Donna Crossland. Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Kroll.
Yes, thank you for your report on this. I'm wondering if the federal government has been approached to be a funding partner in this problem.
This is in the works.
Okay.
I can't make any statement about it. They've asked to meet with the town, and it helped that on December 2nd, we found some of those little egg sacs on some of the trees that are outside the easement on their property. Okay. That helped.
Yes.
And so there's been considerable activity from there.
Okay, that is good news.
Yes, bad news, but good news.
Bad news, but
Yep.
Councillor Hamilton.
So I guess that was my question, you caught it there. Are you partnering with, we used to go to Kedji a lot, and they've been dealing with this since quite a while.
2018, yes.
Yeah, 2017, I believe, when I looked it up.
Yeah.
Are you partnering with them, because they have a lot of partners when I looked at the website?
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I circulated there's a website on CBC Gem, which I will get around to everyone, and it really shows a lot of the history that went on. It took a lot of time to get all of the people lined up, and as a result, the HWA did a lot of damage. There's no question about it. And Donna Crossland was working for the parks at that time. She's now independent, and she was a tremendous help to us to look at just simply the logistics of attempting this sort of thing, because it took 2 or 3 years, and we don't have 2 or 3 years. That's the problem, because you may go up to the ravine right now and look, but those little insects will be on the bases of the needles up 30 meters or 25 meters, whatever, in the tops of the trees, and you won't know they're there until the tree starts to die. And that's the scary part.
Well, and just the logistics of making your volunteer base maybe a little bit bigger, because there was quite a list of volunteer organizations that are working there.
Oh, yes, and that's at the organizational level. because the reason we were able to get the money from the Charitable Foundation was we were able to go in under the Blomidon Naturalist Society because they have a charitable number. And there was no way as a government or a town that you could apply for that money. So we had to go around. Okay.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I appreciate that, and I realize that timing is of the essence because April's coming up very quickly.
Yep.
How much of the old-growth forest canopy is eastern hemlock?
It is a mixture in, are you talking the ravine or are you talking the province?
The ravine itself, yeah.
That I'm not a forester.
Okay.
My background is mycology, fungi, so we're in a different, I have experience with invasive insects and diseases for part of the 33 years I spent with the Canadian Forest Service, but I'm not a forester.
Well, we appreciate your experience. I must admit, I haven't got a good feeling, Mr. Mayor, of the costs of this and the scope.
Yeah.
And how much our experience, like what have we learned from the gorge that we can apply here?
CEO, I'm going to give the CEO the floor for a second.
When Councillor Baker's done, then
I am done, yeah,
Oh,
thank
okay.
you.
I guess my question is, and I go back to the 70s and the 80s with Dutch elm disease.
Yeah.
For Kentville to try and attack this in isolation without a provincial program,
There is a provincial program already, and that's one of the things, if you notice on the bottom here, I have Nova Scotia Hemlock Initiative at nshemlock.ca. If you put nshemlock.ca in, you'll get a tremendous amount of information. That has been set up by the province, and it really ties in with a lot of the programs. And I'm not intimately familiar with all of those by any means. They've set up a program on the South Shore called Hemlock Heroes, which is basically an opportunity to get more volunteers. And also, the one thing that I did forget to mention was you're going to need someone who is a certified pest applicator to run this program. It cannot be done without it.
so it seems to me that this would be best tackled from a provincial angle.
Well, it already has, and you'll find a lot on that nshemlock.ca. I believe they got something like $10 million over 5 years, and this is a couple of years ago.
Okay.
But don't quote me on that. You can find that out on the video from CBC Gem as well, because during that, Donna was working on that proposal and they got it. So it's out there. And they've had no problem getting permission to do a lot of these things with volunteer efforts and with very great expertise on these things.
And I don't have a background in this at all. The injections, I assume they last for a certain period of time?
Yes, and that's still open to some debate. They hope it's between 4 and 10 years. But in Nova Scotia, this little bug really seems to like our climate. It took, it was introduced into Virginia in 1951, and it was working its way all the way up, and then managed to get across the Bay of Fundy to the Yarmouth area. And everything has happened in the last, 8 years? So.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Ken. And thank your group, because you've been at this for quite a few years now, helping us to attack, protecting some of these hemlocks. I don't think it would be reasonable to expect that we would save everyone, but I think the idea is that we would save enough to maintain our spaces so that they look almost the same as what they do now. And I believe Berwick has treated some of the hemlocks in the church camp there.
They've treated all of them.
They've treated all of them, yeah. And that's important because that space is an important part of.
It's a focus.
Yeah, it's a focus in Berwick. And I think our focus here has been the gorge, and we're trying to protect the gorge, but now we're looking at trying to protect some of the ravine. We're not gonna protect it all,
Oh,
but we're
there's
gonna
no way,
protect some of it.
there's no way in the world that you'll protect all the
No.
hemlocks.
No, so I think this is an important piece because the ravine is a well-traveled area for citizens in the town of Kentville and well-used area for hiking and things like that, and families as well. And so I think this is a very worthy project, and I think it's something that we should give considerable attention to. So thank you very much.
You're entirely welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, Ken, how, I guess, I don't know if this was answered, but how quick are these when they're injected? Do they have any studies on how long they take to?
Oh, yeah, there's been a lot of research done, and as I say, they've had a lot of activity right from the time, first introductions in Virginia, all up through the states. And there's a gentleman at Cornell who's sort of the godfather of a lot of this work, and the one thing that he told the people in Nova Scotia is don't delay, get at it, because that's why they've lost them in a lot of areas, all down through the Carolinas, through New York State, and through in New England as well.
Okay.
So,
All right.
anyway, I hope I haven't scared you all to death.
You haven't, we're still here. Yeah. Thank you very much for your
You're
report.
welcome. Okay.
We're gonna move on now to a piece of new business. We have a presentation from the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department, and I'll invite Mr. Platt up to present. And Councillor Hamilton has left her seat at 6:41 PM. And Chief Hamilton as well is here, I guess. We get 2 for 1, right?
I think we're a 6C. Thank goodness I got a tech guy. All right, thank you for having us tonight. We were asked by council to come over and do a presentation regarding our 25-26 operating budget for the upcoming year. Just a little bit of an overview. We reached out to find out if there was any specifics that council was looking for. We didn't hear a lot back, so we came back with a general overview. We'll touch on the funding structure, the process, the budget process itself. We'll touch on call volumes, growth, and the rolling average. Then we'll dive into the 2025-26 operating budget, and we'll also touch on the 25-26 area rate budget, and then we'll have some time for some questions if any of council. So thank you for having us here tonight. So I'm going to start with the funding structure. As many of you should be or are aware, the town of Kentville, the municipality of the County of Kings, and the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department, we're in a three-way intermunicipal funding agreement contract. It's a 10-year contract. I believe we're in our second iteration. We're in the second 10-year contract. Contracts automatically renew on the March 31st unless one of the three parties indicate in writing that they want to renegotiate those terms. The town of Kentville reached out last year, gave the other two parties notification that they wish to renegotiate those terms, so that this agreement where we're currently in will come to an end at March 31st of 2025. So to oversee this agreement, they established a joint fire service committee. That committee is made up of 2 councillors from the town of Kentville, 3 councillors from the municipality of the County of Kings, and 2 representatives from the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department. So the funding process. The operating and the area rate budgets first get presented. So just to touch on the budget process itself, myself as chief, our deputies, and our office manager will start building our budget. Once we have a base budget built, I present it to our operations committee. Our operations committee will then take it to our board of directors. it goes to our membership, and then it gets presented to the Joint Fire Service Committee, or the JFSC, as we refer to it. That needs to be done by December. So this year, knowing that we had a new council and we would have a new committee, part of our obligation within the contract is that we provide a 3-year projected budget. So this year we presented year 2 of that 3-year projected budget that the Joint Fire Service Committee would have saw last year, with no changes, knowing that we had a new committee coming in and didn't want to throw any wrenches or big changes into it, because it's something that some council would have still been familiar with. That was first presented to the JFSC on December 19th. It was presented a second time in end of January, on January 23rd, at which time that was accepted by the committee unanimously. From there, it goes back to council for approval. Net operating expenditures of the KVFD are shared by the town of Kentville and the municipality of County of Kings, based on a 3-year rolling average, and we'll get into the 3-year rolling average and how that works here shortly within the presentation. So just to touch on call volumes a little bit, on the screen you'll see a graph. So what we've done is we've gone back to 2019. I just want to show a little bit of the growth as the town and the county grow. Call volumes grow. As call volumes grow, demand goes up, cost goes up. So on the screen, you'll see we went back to 2019. The orange you'll see is the town of Kentville. Those are the number of alarms that we would have had in the town of Kentville. The dark red would be the municipality of County of Kings, and the blue would be the mutual aid calls where we provided assistance to our neighboring departments. So looking at 2019, you'll see 136 calls of our 381 were within the town of Kentville, and 213 were within the County of Kings, with 32 mutual aid calls. If you look at the mutual aid calls across the board, you'll see those numbers stay pretty much the same, pretty consistent across the board with slight variance. However, one thing, if you look, I know we take a little bit of dip in 2020, COVID hit. Alarms were down that year, but from 2020 right up through, you'll see a steady growth in the number of calls, with an increase in the town as well. So you'll see in 2021 that we responded to 346 calls, 147 which were in the town, 446 the next year with 186 calls within the town of Kentville. Our largest year was 2023. We responded to 501 alarms with 197 within the town limits. And we took a slight dip this year with 474 calls, putting once again 176 alarms within the town of Kentville. So you'll see that there's been steady growth, steady increase in our call volumes. Why that's important is that will affect our rolling average. So as the rolling average, which we'll get into, changes, one or the other of the municipal funding partners may incur more or less cost because how it's divided. So with that, I'll touch on our rolling average. So our rolling average is a 3-year rolling average. It's based on the total number of calls and a kilometers traveled portion within it. So looking back, you'll see once again, orange is the town of Kentville, burgundy is the municipality County of Kings. It's usually around a 70-30 split. Majority of our calls are within the county. So if you look back at 2018, we were 29.6% within the town of Kentville, 70.4% within the municipality of the County of Kings. As we watch and come up those numbers at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that there's been a steady increase. With 2019, 30.8% within the town, 69.2% in the county. 2020-21, 31.2% within the town. It does take a little bit of a dip in 21-22, but then it consistently grows from 30.1, 30.4, 33.4, 33.75, and 34.9 is the forecasted rolling average for the 25-26 year. So with that, the town's portion of our operation budget, the town will be responsible for 33.9% of our operating budget. And so as we get into that, you'll see there is an increase that we will be seeking this year with our operating budget. But when you look at that, please look at the overall increase to the budget, the overall percentage, There will be some increase to the town based on rolling average, but that's because the number of alarms within the town has increased. So based on the contract, there's gonna be a higher cost associated to the town as well. So Brent's gonna dive into some more of the numbers.
You don't want to play with the numbers? Yeah, so as Scott mentioned, our budget is contingent on the rolling average. So if we look at our last year budget, and this year is a forecast of the budget that was, Mayor Zabian sat on the JFSC last year. And those that were on the previous council would have seen a copy of that budget. So last year, we received $242,231 from the town of Kentville for our operating budget. This year, we're looking at requests of $266,684,000, which is part of our $803,776,000 overall operating budget. And this, again, was accepted by the Joint Fire Service Committee in January, where Deputy Mayor Crowell mentioned that this committee wanted to see us, so we're happy to present. This is the first time we've done a budget presentation to the town of Kentville in a number of years, so hopefully if anybody has any questions, we're certainly here to answer them. Now, for a number of years, the town of Kentville Finance Department was subcontracted to run our operating, our financial services contract. So this budget is still structured the same way as it was from previous years. So you'll see the different categories and the growth from year over year. So our administration is predominantly stipend for the chiefs, the wages for the office manager, and then benefits and taxes that are in there. Our firefighter budget line is our honorarium to our membership, as well as some of our expenses that don't go under the area rate. Our office expenditures are, keeping the lights on in the building and other office expenses. Building is management of the building, insurance and some of those pieces. Communications are communications components, and the vehicle and equipment is all our vehicle and equipment. So we're looking, as you can see, there's a few ups and downs. We've tried to make our budget as reasonable as possible. As we get busy, things cost a little bit more and our costs go up. This year, we presented a budget increase of 5.84 overall. And the portion of that, that would be the town, would be $266,668. There's a second component to the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department's budget that the town states on their financial statements, and that's the area rate costs. So the area rate costs is voted on by the taxpayers of the County of Kings that live within our response area and the town of Kentville area rate and taxpayers. It's a public meeting. This year it's going to take place on the 24th of March. It's a Monday, and council isn't sitting this year. Last year at our area rate meeting, we did present that we wanted to keep our area rate at a fixed rate of 0 or 4.5 cents per $100 of assessment value. This would be the second year of what we have agreed to be a 3-year commitment. We've put together some placeholder numbers as far as what those expenditures would be. We haven't received the assessment values of the town of Kentville yet. I know that Director of Finance Matthews is working on that. We did receive the assessment values from the County of Kings, so we've inputted that particular number. And a big part of our expenses will be certainly shared at the area rate meeting, but it has been shared with Councillor Andrew and Deputy Mayor Crowell at our last meeting. A big part of it is purchasing of trucks that have been approved in previous budget years. So that's a lot of numbers. Now we open it up for questions from you all.
Thank you both for your presentation. Are there any questions for Mr. Platt or Chief Hamilton? Councillor Andrew.
Maybe, perhaps I should know this, but are there metrics to calculate there's a big difference, right, in calls, right? Some calls are a false alarm, some calls are somebody has some smoke and it's enough to calm down in their kitchen, other calls are devastating. So is there, like, in the agreement, I'm asking this, I don't know if it's okay to ask this here, is there a way to weigh that out, right? Like, are 40% of the calls, matters in Kentville, for example, they could be matters that could be settled within an hour, and that may not look like that in the county. Is that considered in the metrics for this?
No, the metrics simply base number of calls, how many responses the department has, and kilometers driven.
Yeah.
The kilometer piece, and Deputy Mayor will probably be able to add to this and answer this with her time as Director of Finance here, but the kilometer piece is added in there as well, obviously with the response distance. There's added cost with those distance, so that's why I believe they put the kilometer piece in and didn't just base it solely on a response, total number of alarms, because obviously as we travel further out to the county, there's more cost associated with that, so that's why the rolling average, the 3-year rolling average was built with a kilometer piece in it as well, to try to cover some of those extra costs, fuels, et cetera.
Thank you.
But time and duration on an incident is not part of the formula.
Councillor Maxwell.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The total increase of the budget is 5.84%, is that correct? Right. So this currently is higher than the cost of living for the province of Nova Scotia. So I'm just wondering, can you indicate where and why those expenditures are increasing higher than the cost of living in the province?
Yeah, so again, this was a forecasted budget that was made last year. We didn't touch it. And a big part of that had to do with our increased volume of calls. So if we were responding to the same number of calls and everything else was the same, it would make sense to be able to use that as kind of a yardstick to measure it against. But we are seeing our call volumes go up. And last year when we did this budget process, our call volume went up significantly. It did drop down a little bit this year. But it is important to note that any funds that aren't spent in our budget get returned to both municipal units, the town and the county.
Cost, equipment cost is another huge piece. We used to be able to buy a pair of firefighting gloves for $100. Those have almost doubled in cost, just for those. So the cost of some of the equipment that we are facing has increased significantly.
Okay, you brought that up. I'm just wondering, do the firefighters purchase their own equipment, or does the department purchase their personal equipment?
So the department fully outfits with proper PPE and protective equipment all firefighters that join.
Okay, good.
Firefighters are not required to buy any personal PPE.
Okay, great. And my last question is that I know that you gain revenue from the fireman's lottery, but I don't see it accounted for anywhere in your budget, and I'm wondering why that is.
Yeah, currently the agreement doesn't factor into any fundraising dollars that are raised. The current agreement actually states that if we were to make a door-to-door campaign, we have to make notice to the town and to the municipality before we do so. So those 50-50 funds go to our society fund, and those go to offset some of the other purchases that we would maybe purchase through the area rate. A good example of that is this year we purchased a wildland fire truck from a department in Cape Breton for $50,000 that we didn't have to put to the municipality or put through the area rate process.
Okay, so do you know what the other departments in rural departments are doing with that money?
I can't speak for what other departments are doing with their funds. One thing we know with the 50-50 is there's no guarantee with it. It's operated by another agency. It's operated through the Amherst Firefighters Association. They look after licensing, they look after all that. We simply put our name in, and then people who purchase 50-50 tickets have the option to support whichever fire department they want. So that is not necessarily a consistent or guaranteed amount of funding.
Okay.
Like I say, we will and we have and we will continue to use some of those funds to offset costs, which would be capital costs. We've purchased a number, we've done bump helmets, we've done wildland firefighting boots, we've done the truck that Brent has mentioned. We've put funds into renovations of the station for showers, for decontamination of firefighters, so when they return from alarm, all things that would normally fall under capital purchases through the area rate, that would go back to the taxpayers, that we've done and our members have done and will continue to support when we can. It's just not a guaranteed income source.
Right, because I've lived in this town my whole life, and there used to be a Kentville Fire Department Ladies Auxiliary. And they raised a lot of funds for the fire department, and I believe those were used to offset equipment so that, you know, the citizens wouldn't have to be paying, you know, top dollar for, you know, with their taxes. And so, you know, just, I just want to kind of encourage that, you know, this is taxpayer dollars that we spend here. And so, you know, any funds that are being raised by the department, I would look at as the same as that fire department ladies auxiliary that you no longer have. And I'm hoping that, you know, that those funds would go to offset the costs that are being incurred by the taxpayers of the town of Kentville or the county of Kings to purchase equipment, because not only are you constrained, but we are constrained with tax dollars as well. So just kind of keeping that in mind would be good.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for your presentation. I just have a, first and foremost, just want to say thank you to the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department and the work that you do. It certainly doesn't go unnoticed. With regards to the firefighters, the 10.3% increase, happy to see that. Happy to see that stipend go up. I think it's fair and equitable, and so thank you for that. The administration, and I apologize if I missed this, but the administrative piece, did you say covers off office manager, chiefs, deputy chiefs?
Yeah, it covers so chiefs and deputy chiefs get a weekly stipend.
Chiefs and deputy chiefs get a
weekly stipend.
Okay, yeah.
And the office manager's salary is included in that administrative.
Okay, perfect.
Not our custodian, not our fleet custodian.
They're not included in that?
They're not included in that
Okay,
administration line.
okay, great, thank you.
Just a question, I'm going to dovetail on what Councillor Savage just asked. Are you able to break down that administrative total, what those numbers break down to? Or if you can get them to us, are you able to?
Yeah, at the January 23rd Joint Fire Service Committee meeting, Councillor Andrew and Deputy Mayor Crowell would have received the working budget. We have an updated version of that file we're happy to send.
Okay.
But what we're looking at as far as some of the breakdown is again, it's a non-linear increase of the roles that are in that particular administration.
Okay.
So if you're looking for like the exact dollar amount, we can certainly provide that.
Okay.
I figured that question may have come up. It was a question that Deputy Mayor Crowell asked at our Joint Fire Service Committee meeting. So it is an increase of $30 per week for the chief stipend, an increase of $20 per week for the deputy chief stipend, and an increase of $1.98 per hour for the office manager.
And where did you come up with like those numbers? Did you base it on departments of like wise size? How did you come up with that 8.5 or 8.45% increase? Sorry.
Yeah, so it comes back to, this was a project that was done last year. At that point, we worked with Director of Finance, Mrs. Matthews, to go over what it would look like when we removed the contract with the town of Kentville to run some of the administration through the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department. And we were looking at increasing the rate in which our deputy chiefs and our chiefs had received. Retention is a hard thing. They receive a very small stipend that hasn't necessarily gone up linearly. So we've been trying to kind of front end that so that when it came time to recruit new members, we would at least be able to be competitive. And if we look at last year's budget from the town, I think the town also tried the same thing last year. We saw, an increase of 17.8% just on the town administration line, and that kind of represented $308,000. Our particular increase this year represents $7,500.
Okay.
So our overall operational budget is 1.52% of the town operating budget.
And I have another question too, just because I was on, and I missed that committee. I'll come visit sometime soon, but just wondering, last year I remember, my memory's getting a little vague, I'm getting old now, but there was supposed to be some controls put in place. The auditor had suggested, have all those been put in place?
Yeah, so the CAO would receive a letter through the audit that was done through our auditing firm, and we do have all those checks and balances in place.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Baker.
I don't have to touch anything.
You're on, you're hot.
Yeah, I'm hot. Thank you, again, both of you for coming and giving us this, and I just want to stress that I appreciate knowing that the operative word in all this is volunteer. Despite what we look at for budget, that this relies on the incredible resource of volunteers in our community, and Kentville does that for a large area, right? And that
About
relies.
575 square kilometers.
Yeah, so that's Kentville folks. So I guess what I'm trying to get a feeling for is how well we're doing. So cost per call, it takes a lot of money to roll a truck. How do we compare, because this is all I've learned here, is comparing to other municipal units. Do you have a feel for what it costs for Kentville to roll a truck versus somebody of our same size?
It's been a few years since we actually calculated the cost per call. We're the busiest in Kings County. If you look at the county's budget, we take the biggest share of the municipality of the County of Kings firefighting budget. Kentville does. But like I say, we are the busiest. Not double.
Close.
We're close to double, not quite double. The next department behind us would be about half the number of alarms, a little better than half. They'd probably be in the 300 range, kind of thing. So we're extremely busy that way. We have not calculated cost per call. I know a few years ago when we were negotiating budgets with the municipality of County of Kings, we did some work looking at that. And we still, as taking the largest piece, run one of the lowest cost per calls out of the departments in Kings County, but I don't have those figures to give you. It's something that we could look at. Brent may have more on that, but it's been a few years since we've actually calculated that. For me to try to guess or remember, I would not be doing it justice.
I'd appreciate.
We were one of the lowest.
I'd appreciate that. 20 years back, I was involved with the Security Association in Canada, and there was quite a push on recovering costs for false alarms. So I was wondering if there was any inclination, if we had a cost per call, if there was a cost recovery mechanism that we could have for false alarms. So that's just a question.
False alarms, I believe, is covered under the town bylaws. Fire department, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to enforce, but I think there is some through the town's bylaws. I could be mistaken, but we don't have a means of enforcement for false alarms. But maybe that's something that could be looked at to recoup. But I was under the impression there was something there, but maybe I could be mistaken. So I know there's nothing from our end.
Okay.
I'm just getting the vibe that maybe I was misled.
Well, yeah. CEO, did you have anything you wanted to add?
First of all, thank you for the service. You provided an excellent service. I probably will have a couple of follow-up questions. I don't think we need to get into the discussions tonight, but the Director of Finance and myself will probably have a few more granular questions. We may want to understand better how the kilometers work into the equation. I'm meeting with the Deputy CAO from the county to understand how their contracts work, because they have 12 or 13 around Kings County. Nothing
as elaborate.
Yeah. So if you're okay with that, I would like to follow up over the course of the next couple of weeks with yourself and the Director of Finance with some more granular questions. But
absolutely, that's like I say, this is a new process for us. That's more in lines what we're used to is some follow-up questions that usually are pushed through the Joint Fire Service Committee and back, and then we can relay any information you're looking at. One of the things I do strive on is transparency. I recognize that our funding partners are the town and the county, and we are accountable to you and the ratepayers of the area we serve. So any questions you have, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you.
And as we mentioned when we reached out for this meeting, any questions, please send them our way. We're happy to answer them.
Yep.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Training.
Happy training. And Councillor Hamilton's going to return to her seat at 7:08. So we're now going to move on to department reports and recommendations. So I'll get CEO Lawrence to invite them up or introduce them.
Director Matthews to present the Finance Department report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You've had my report that included a written summary of activities for the month of January, along with a set of financial statements, including operating budget forecast, as well as the capital budget and forecast. So I'm just, in light of a very detailed agenda for this evening, I'm going to give you a few highlights and then open up to questions. From the report, I wanted to just point out that we are, as a senior leadership team, working through the capital budget process. So we have all of the information in from the directors around programs. I'm in the act of compiling that and evaluating what the requests may be for the capital budget in hopes that we will have something through to you in short order. Last year, the end of March, hopefully a little sooner this year. So we will be moving that budget right along. The operating statement, you will notice that we are forecasting a deficit for the end of March, $53,516. That $53,000 is up from last month. It was showing a surplus, but all within 0.2 or 0.3% of overall spend. The major changes this month included on the revenue side, we have recognized additional interest revenue in our forecast of around $50,000, and we have received our assessment from the federal grant in lieu. They determine what the assessment value is that they will pay us on, and that value has gone down. Therefore, our revenue from them is down over last year by about $14,000. On the expense side, you'll see we made forecast adjustments of around $93,000. A couple of areas that are changed significantly this month. One would be interest for projects that are complete, that we are awaiting a long-term debenture issue. So when the projects are complete, that goes against the operating fund. If they are incomplete, then it goes to the capital fund. So those total about $63,000. So that's quite significant. We didn't have a fall debenture. We will be moving that debenture into the spring. So that's that short-term interest. We also had an increase for some of our street repair work. Was higher than what we had anticipated. As well, our budget for inspection services is quite a bit less than what we are being charged from our partner agency. So that compared to budget is about $42,000 more than what we would have anticipated. So those are the major adjustments to the forecast. However, I said the dollar value is very small in relation to the overall expenditure, and we are still hopeful that we will come in balanced or hopefully a surplus position, just waiting to see what some of those seasonal costs are for the last quarter of the year. On the capital forecast side, you will notice that it shows a 43% expenditure rate to budget, but to forecast we're at 82%. So we are doing very well towards our forecast. At the bottom of that report, you'll notice that I've included a variance by funding source. The reserves in particular are important as we start to think about moving forward into our next year budget. So you will see we have, it's showing $76,500 for projects that are deferred to next year, that reserve will need to be carried over, and $20,093 under budget. Because you will be hearing more about pool later this evening, we had a $38,500 project this year that would just be, that is included in our deferral, that we would just be abandoning that piece for something larger. So we actually would only need $138,000 of the reserves held over for next year, and we have close to a $60,000 surplus around those projects that have moved forward. And all, for the most part, those projects were came under the spending target in Parks and Recreation in particular, and one or two on Public Works side. The other item I would just note is that our tax revenue we have collected this month over 44 accounts and payments of $43,000. So we are down to 2% outstanding. So it is moving in a good direction. And that is what I wanted to highlight from my report. If there are any questions on any of the content, happy to answer them.
Thank you, Director Matthews. Are there any questions for Director Matthews on her report? Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Director Matthews. I was looking at the statement of operations. under which Parks and Recreation is forecasting a surplus of 45,460. And the first bullet point there talks about the Canada Cup and camps, and then it says, and experienced lower swimming pool net costs, creating a favorable variance to budget. Does that mean that there weren't issues at the swimming pool this year that we had to spend a lot of money on?
From the operational side, that is describing the programming costs, so that would be the swimming staff and the operating pool expenses. So the revenue, and in the program side, the revenues go in and then the costs come out. So that is totally programming related, not repairs and maintenance. Correct, Craig? Yes. Okay.
All right.
Those are shown in a different spot, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Where are those shown?
Those would be shown in the capital budget, and we had a $38,500 budget in there to do a leak repair that once the assessment was completed, which I believe you'll be hearing more about this evening.
That was the leak repair at the end of season, correct?
Correct. That was 38.5 we had put aside.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Director. Two questions. You mentioned that the taxes not collected were 2%.
Correct.
Is that accurate? And the outstanding tax receivable is looking at like 267K, is that?
That's correct.
Compared to 12 from last year? Is that last year overall, last year at this time?
Same question.
Oh, you already did?
No, last year. Last
Okay.
year. So what this represents is our accounts receivable age trial balance. So for the tax year, all of the bills we would have sent out for tax year 23-24, all that's left remaining to be paid for is $12,784.
Got it. Thank you.
24-25 would be for tax bills related to the 24-25 year.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you. And my second question, which may not be for you.
Okay.
I apologize. It actually is in your notes under transportation services. There are full changes to the Public Works organizational structure have been delayed and resulting in favorable budget balance.
Right.
What was that?
So in the budget last year, we had, Dave can pipe in here if I'm leading you astray, but in the budget last year, we had anticipated the retirement of one of our operators and lead hand, and we had to replace that position with a management position and a unionized operator position. It was part of our collective agreement. So in the budget, we anticipated 2 positions instead of 1, and 1 remains unfilled. So that the operator is still here, hasn't retired yet, so we haven't filled the management position.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So when that reorganization occurs, when that retirement happens, then we would have a manager and an operator instead of just an operator.
So you're getting, right now, you're getting 2 for the price of 1.
Somewhat, yes.
CEO, did you want to speak to that?
To provide a little more context, if I could, we have the supervisor, if that's the correct title, or superintendent?
Lead hand.
Senior lead hand. That is a member of the union, but also performs management functions. In the collective agreement, there's a letter that allows that, but the understanding was that when that individual retires, we will hire a manager that won't be doing union work, and we will hire an operator. So last year for the budget, we anticipated that that individual would retire around October, using some vacation time till December. That didn't happen. We had gone through the process of advertising for the manager and the laborer. We did not carry through with hiring the manager's position when we realized the individual was coming back, but we did hire the operator's position. So as far as operations for Public Works, we're fully staffed. The lead hand is currently getting into help. I'm just going to stop it there. Does that give you enough context?
Thank you.
So my point is just referencing there's some ins and outs that netted out to a positive position this year, just given the timing of all that, because we budgeted for those positions for 100% of the year.
Okay, so we should be looking at that for the
Upcoming
100% for
budget.
next year. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Director Matthews, under Public Transit and Environmental Health Services, the surplus distributions that were received from Valley Waste and King's Transit.
Yes.
In the amount, so it was 150,000 favorable variance noted. Those weren't expected, correct?
Correct. Those would have been there last year.
Yeah.
The 23-24. We hadn't booked those.
Okay.
So we
Oh.
hadn't expected it to be as significant as it was.
That's great, wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Well, I guess there's no more questions. Thanks for your report.
Director Shoup, can you present the planning and development report, please?
So good evening to the committee. Looking back at January, so I led off with three overviews, basically, to discuss the recent approval to move forward with the Planning Advisory Committee. So that'll start to come together in March is what we're looking at right now. We'll get the terms of reference together in front of the committee and get some sort of timeline for recruitment for that committee as well. The Heritage Advisory Committee with the Heritage Property Bylaw, again, we're looking to get that group up and meeting again in March as well, likely at this point. So we're basically halfway through February. And one item I didn't mention on this, and it got bumped from this agenda, was that we're looking to have a plan review report. As you all know, it's a busy schedule tonight, so that will wait for March as well. In terms of development activities, 8 development permits were issued in the month of January with the collective value, construction value of just over $650,000. One subdivision application was completed, maps included to give you an indication where it is. And in terms of planning applications, and have another report coming up after this short report on the development agreement on the north part of town, which had a public participation meeting last week. So, in terms of community and economic development, public events permit applications have started to be received for this year. Of course, we're looking into the budget overall, but the Visitor Information Center here is highlighted as one that we're getting heads around. Fire and Ice Festival is set to launch soon, and also looking to finalize some grant reports for 2024 projects. So I'll take a pause there and see if there's any questions on that section, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Any questions for Director Shoup based on this part of his report? Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just out of curiosity, I have
Hold on.
so people can't hear me, my bad. The event permits that are applied for every year, how is that planned for? How is that decided upon? What type of community involvement do we have in deciding to, to shut down or not to shut down a section of road for a particular event or another?
Thank you for the question. I'm still getting my bearings on how that all works. I know it's done with most of our departments. We coordinate, and I will have a better answer for you next time. I'll research that and
thank you
to bring that forward.
And just to follow up with that, Councillor Baker, a lot of these are recurring, so they've been happening for many years in a row now. So, and they all do work together. Like you've got Lindsay and the whole group that kind of connect and map it out. And yeah, CAO.
I would not be the subject expert on this, but just to provide a high-level umbrella. When a request comes in, it gets circulated to all the department heads for input. So Public Works would have input, Planning would have input, Recreation would have input, Police would have input. Every group would have to sign off. Once they're all signed off, then the application would come to me for final sign-off. We can fill in the blanks a little more with details in the next month, but the application comes in, it gets circulated to department heads. If we have any concerns or recommendations, we provide those. If not, there's a checkbox to say we're good. And then should there be no issues or should any of the issues be addressed, then we can move forward with issuing the application.
Okay, I'm just wondering how the public is engaged in decisions to, go in one direction or another for particular applications. Like, do we support ongoing, or are there opportunities for the Kentville citizens to get involved and say, this is not what we want Kentville to be.
Well, it's more of an operational matter. so-
Decision?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it wouldn't really, it would be the staff that would take care of that. CEO, anything else? Or-
If individuals in community have concerns about events, I would encourage them to get in contact with.
With admin.
With
Yeah.
admin.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the director? Okay, move right along then.
Moving right along. GTD, what am I? Just trying to find my presentation, 1 second. What's the number of this? Okay, see, the 6C. Am I ahead? Yeah, okay. Nope. Thank you. I don't remember the numbering. Yeah, I don't have it up here. So it would be in the file, right? I didn't put it on the desktop. My apologies. There we go. Okay. And again, my apologies, this changed the font a bit on me as well. It's looking a little bit 1970s, but that's okay. It's still legible. What I had framed the staff report originally, we were looking for a recommendation from the committee to go forward to council for a first reading based on the draft development agreement and the results from the public participation meeting. On reflection, that it's a bit premature to be pushing ahead for that at this point. We're still looking to get some updated drawings from the applicant, and we really need a more complete review from all staff departments. So far, it's been myself. So we want to do a little bit more, and I was a bit optimistic with the timelines to move this forward. So I'm framing this now as an information report rather than a request for any recommendation from the committee, just so you're aware. And it's a great time for the committee to give any input they may have on the application. And now that you've seen the draft DA, at least in early form, you get a sense of what's there and what you may want to see going forward as well. So to start, just to review what was in the public participation meeting, it was held last week, on February 4th. The application is in regards to a 56-unit residential development. Again, it crosses the municipal border into the county. The units, we're looking at approximately 25 units, which would be within the town of Kentville. And it's located roughly in the area of Heartland Court and Oakdean Avenue. So here's the location in purple, and the county line is just north of that. And we're working with county staff as well to ensure that it's a coordinated effort, particularly with some of the infrastructure that would be required to review this and develop this location. So in terms of advertising, we had 2 ads that ran in the Chronicle Herald on January 21st and 28th. Letters were distributed to all property owners within 30 meters of the proposed development site. The municipality of County Kings was notified as subject property abuts, and the staff are already aware as we're working with them, as I mentioned. And the notice of the meeting was also posted on town social media pages. The meeting itself took place between 6 and 7:30 at Kentville Volunteer Fire Hall. Approximately 8 to 10 members of the public were on hand, in addition to staff and members of council. Town staff presented on policy nature of the application, and the applicant themselves had representation and talked about the site concept plan and overall design. And Q&A lasted about an hour. So the applicant's representative talked a little bit about the community concept, which was an update for all of us at that time. It's that they're looking at a condominium style development, which is fairly novel in this area. So the residents will own the units and footprint of land in which they sit, and the remainder of the lands will be commonly owned and managed. Broke the questions down into 4 main categories. There are questions about the process itself, about some of the definitions we were looking at, the development agreement path, discussion of density, the distance between buildings, the proximity to adjacent properties, some questions about design as well, in terms of buffering and the types of amenities there, the unit construction, connectivity within and without the development, solid waste storage, outdoor unit storage, and fire protection, as well as a few questions on the economics of the project itself, the price point, and the target market. So the draft of the development agreement was included in the package tonight. Based on primarily, first review was looking at the policy IM 11, which has the specific criteria for development agreements. And again, we'll roll that out to all the other departments as well that we'll be bringing into their review. And apologies that this sort of overlaps the bottom of the slide. We're also looking at a concurrent subdivision application to combine the two lots, and then with that legal description will be rolled into the development agreement as we go. And we wanted to make sure that another point for this evening was that we have a comprehensive development agreement ready prior to first reading. Once we get the ball rolling with first reading, second reading, public hearing, there's limited opportunity to bring it back to council for review in between. So we wanted to make sure it was 90% ready to go at least. So within the development agreement, looking at some specific variations from what we see in the land use bylaw requirements, which include 20-foot setback between the buildings, rear yard setback reduction and buffering, amenity space requirements considered for the entirety of the proposed development area. Again, staff are of the mind that this project is of a good benefit to the area, and that sharing an amenity space between the county and the town is a worthwhile consideration to allow it to go forward. And also looking at the minimum lot area requirements to make sure the density works for that site. Quick review of the detailed review process. I can't be quick and detailed at the same time. So we're going to look at the revised site plans once we received. I've been in contact with the applicant this morning, and they're working on bringing that forward. Full review will be conducted by Planning, Public Works, Recreation, Finance, and the Fire Department to make sure it works from all aspects. Feedback from the public participation is also considered in the next draft of the development agreement. We'll look at municipal solicitor review, final applicant review, and an initial review at the next CAC. And again, these dates are tentative at this point, depending on how fast we can move through and how well we can move through, I should say, the review with all the departments and entities concerned. So we'll have another council review at first reading and final review at public hearing and second reading. And this is the process flow chart, basically. We're sitting at CAC preliminary review tonight. Again, a little bit optimistic that we could get this together in a month. They typically take 3 to 6 months to review a development agreement, and this was submitted in mid-December, so we're a little bit ahead of the curve right now, and we want to make sure this is given proper review. And again, where the town hasn't had that many development agreements in recent years, it's probably a good learning lesson for all of us to make sure it's done properly. And the remainder of the dates are tentative dates at this point as well. Again, depending on how we move through the review process. I think that was the last one, yes. So if there's any questions from the committee on what we're presenting tonight, I'd be happy to address them.
Any questions for Director on this? Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Director. I'm just wondering, when I was attending the public participation, there was some discussion on setbacks, because some of the properties are right up against some of these these houses that are going to be, there. And then when I look at the map, I see, there are a few places where it's 20-foot setbacks, and some where it's 15, and somewhere it is basically none or very little. I believe when I left there, I was under the impression that the setback was going to be 20 feet. And I'm pretty sure that most of the residents felt that setback was going to be 20 feet. Could you explain what that setback is actually, is it going to be 20 feet all the way around, or at least on the Kentville side? Because I think it's important that property owners' line is respected there.
Certainly, thank you for the question. Part of the clarification that we're looking from the applicant is to make sure that especially that rear yard area is properly identified, the distances. We didn't question the presenter at the time. In reflection and with review with Ben, there appears that there's 3 properties that would cross that 20-foot line from our point of view. And so we want to make sure that we're clear on that when we go forward. And again, the language in the development agreement would state where exactly that happens and whether or not that's appropriate is a matter for council to determine. But we want to make sure that that's clear, that there were 3 that looked like it crossed the line in a sense. So.
Right, that's what I'm looking at there, and I'm just wondering if when we do up the development agreement, if we can make sure that that is going to be 20 feet for all of them? Is that our intention, or?
It certainly can be considered. There's some degree of flexibility within the development agreement to adjust those setbacks, and again, it's a matter of council to determine whether or not they're comfortable with giving any level of latitude to allow for their design, and it's a negotiation process. So again, there could be some back and forth on that.
So that will come back to council?
It will, definitely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Just before I go to the next few questions, because we're not really debating this tonight, and this was kind of a preliminary presentation, we're gonna have a revised one come to us in a month when they have the revised plan. So unless there's something specific council wants to ask, I'm just putting it out there that we're really not debating this tonight, so. But I will go to you, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. Mine's very quick, and it's with regards to the draft development agreement. It talks about that it's prepared by staff based on general criteria, et cetera, et cetera. So sort of to Councillor Maxwell's point and how far we go back and how far we don't. And my thoughts on this, because we've not done a development agreement in my time that I can recall. But I'm assuming that our solicitor would heavily weigh in on these things, and that although the DA will come to us for final approval, and that he would have vetted it and be comfortable based on our bylaws and MPS. Because, I mean, we can all review this, but my impression is that a lot would lie with our solicitor to ensure that we're.
I won't speak too much on behalf of the solicitor, but my understanding is that he reviewed the legality of what's in the agreement.
Yeah.
The degree of comfort at which council would have in terms of setbacks or any other items would.
That's up for us.
He may have an opinion, but there's more of a legal side that he would look at. And again, he hasn't had a chance to do that yet. So
that would be my expectation. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Baker.
I will be quick, Your Worship.
Okay.
And having attended the meeting, I saw the plan, as did many people there, and we saw the 3D images that the applicant put forward. I don't know whether it's a result of a speedy process or whether this happens anyway, but I found a lot of those images didn't reflect the project that is being presented. And so as a visual learner, I look at those images and I go, this isn't even the same thing. So are we expediting something, or are we going to allow the public a second opportunity to see actually what is being presented rather than the applicant's made up version of what it might look like 25 years in the future? Because there are no trees on that site, and it was heavily wooded in all their images.
I would respond to that by saying that they're presented as concepts. They're stylized to some degree. They did mention that they weren't exact replications of what they intend to build there, but they give an early sort of portrayal, and not everyone will accept that portrayal the same way, I guess. In terms of having another look at this, certainly at the public hearing, there'll be an opportunity for the developer to come back and to present again. So that would be the time. And they're taking this feedback in as well tonight, last week, and in correspondence with myself. So there'll be opportunities to learn from each other, I guess, in that sense. So
thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
So mine might not be at the right spot then. I'm just concerned when I look at the map there, it seems really dense with residents on the Kentville side versus the Kings County side. There seems to be more green area on the Kings County side. And if you look on the Kentville side, there's 3 places that are really, really close. I just feel like our side's a little bit, or Kentville side is more dense. It'd be nice to see some more greenery in there. And I get that it's, the trees aren't really there and they need to be planted there, but I just feel like there's more room on the right-hand side and Kings County side versus our side. I'm worried about the density.
I think just to keep in mind, as Director Shoup said, these are just renderings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, wait until they've come back with their plans, and we work on the development agreement as a council and go from there. Okay, I think, thank you, Director Shoup.
Thank you very much.
So, just before we get into the meat of the next presentation, I'd like to take a minute to congratulate Director Langell on the birth of his son, Everett. So,
thank you very much.
He has been taking
full
some
of boys now.
Yeah, and to Rhea as well, your wife. Congratulations to her. I know he has taken.
She did all the work.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. He has taken some time to spend with his family, and during that time, Nick Gerard has been acting director, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a shared approach here. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'll be taking the staff report, the condition assessment feasibility study, and then Nick Gerard will be presenting on the full report. And we also have Jamie Lopez here, who is our consultant on that work, to answer any questions too. So for our staff report for the month of January, I just wanted to make a few notes. In February, our employment opportunities will be posted for summer students. So you'll see a lot of those postings coming out through social media and our website. Just to note, there is no additional staff requests for the summer outside of that Clean Foundation grant staff employee. You'll see under administration, active transportation facilitator, outdoor education facilitator. Those are in there to reflect the change to align with the active living strategy. So 2 staff that we would have been hiring in the summer for outreach will now be having those roles. Just want to highlight Fire and Ice is February 14th to 17th. You can see all the events that will be hosted on kentville.ca/fire-ice. Also, please check out the Walking Through History along the Harvest Moon Trail. And then finally, one last note is that we have opened up registration for March Break Camp. It's a 4-day camp. Right now, low registration, but we tend to get a lot more towards the closing. Yeah. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Director. I just have one quick question for you. I see you've got some hires here for camp leaders. Can you speak a little bit about the summer programming yet, or do you have anything you can share with council on where that may be going this year?
Yeah, preliminary discussions within our department has been to bring it back to a 7-week program.
Okay.
For summer day camps.
Okay.
And then we'll have the same multitude of programs, as many as we can with the staff that we have, that we can hire within the summer. But we can bring more information to you once in the next month or 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship, and welcome back, and congratulations again. The Clean Foundation Employment Grant, so the grant would cover 60% of the wages. And so it was timely that we had the gentleman here earlier about the HWA.
Yeah.
I can't say it all. So do we have kind of an idea of what that financial impact would be for the other 40%? That's probably pretty minimal, I would think, but
Yeah.
just not an exact figure, but it's fairly minimal.
Yeah, and we can do a calculation up and bring it to council as well.
Yeah, no, that's
it'll be in the operating request.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Oops. Any other questions for Director Langell? I guess you can move right along.
Okay, so the next staff report we have is the conditions assessment and feasibility study. So these are survey results. So Mayor and Council was looking to gain additional feedback from the community on the options that were provided by DSRA. We had a survey posted for 23 days on our website, and we also hosted a community engagement session for 5 hours, which everybody was there. And thank you again for attending. What we got was we had 196 respondents. 72% of respondents stated the need for building a new facility at a new location, with 50% of the total respondents believing that Twin Pad Arena is a solution. Couple notes, council were to consider options 1B, 2B, 3B, so those are the new builds in the current location. We would be without a facility for between 2 to 4 years due to a demolition and then a reconstruction of the facility. And that would obviously displace a multitude of our users for a long period. And then the last note is, if we are building a new facility at a new location, and as desire of council, there is potential to keep the existing Centennial Arena operating while that is being built. But just a note, we don't have any available land at this time, so we would need to seek and purchase land. And that is the report.
Any questions for Director Langell on this report? Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Director Langell. At the time that we were at the fire hall looking at the options and so on, I didn't think that it was very clear to people who were responding that certain options would require no arena for 2 to 4 years. And so I don't know how much weight we can place on the numbers, because if somebody asked me, do I want the Porsche or do I want the Civic, and that's the only choice I have, I'm going to go with the Porsche. Right? And so when you ask the people in the town, do you want a brand new build with all the bells and whistles, or do you want, a renovation on the same site? Of course, I'm going to choose the brand new build with all the bells and whistles, unless you tell me why that might be a problem, because this is the cost and we're going to be without an arena for 2 to 4 years. Or we're going to have to add land, the cost of land to that option or whatever. And I don't think that was clearly spelled out. So as a councillor, I'm probably not going to weigh too heavily on the results of the survey. Thank you.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. I guess my question would be, and I see the different options there, and to Councillor Maxwell's point about that 2 to 4 year closure, that's a fairly big piece. But do you have a recommendation? What your thoughts on what we should do?
Yeah, the plan was to gather this information, then come back to council with a recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So I'm stepping up a bit ahead. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this report? I guess, Councillor Andrew.
If I can just ask, so you mentioned that this report as which it is, Mayor and Council wanting information, but does this play into your feelings about the right direction in terms of formulating a recommendation, or would you see this as more something that Council can look at the numbers and try to ascertain what direction we should go?
Yeah, I think it's additional information. I think there's options that are realistic and some that aren't, and more information can come forward in a recommendation to council that can clearly outline why we're going with a certain recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving right along.
First and foremost, thank you to Director Langell and Mayor and Council for the opportunity to speak. So based on a combination of observations by staff, the findings of a conditions assessment that was performed in late 2024, and most recently a direct written recommendation from our insurance provider, staff is recommending that Kentville Memorial Pool be closed for 1 year and an allocation of $3.1 million for the 25-26 fiscal year be allocated for the removal and rebuild of all structures and systems. So not the building, this would be the pool deck, the pool itself, the circulatory systems, and things of that nature. So the pool opened in 1960, and it's operated over a span of 64 years. The last closure, I think, was 20 and 21 due to the pandemic. So it didn't operate those years, but I can't speak to anything before that. It's worth noting that the useful life of outdoor public pools in Canadian rural towns has been presented as around 28 years by Statistics Canada. So that's less than half of what we've operated for at the Kemptville Pool. So this was prompted mainly by the observed conditions of the pool's tank and the pool deck. So the concrete is obviously very old and it's deteriorating. The efforts to repair, patching, crack filling, things of that nature have increased year on year. I've been with the town since 2014. This has been a regular practice. There's always repairs that are required. But specifically after our shutdown procedures this year, we observed stuff that we're really not able to tackle in-house. Full sections of the pool's coping are crumbling, and I could actually lift it. So the pool's tank is in further deterioration. The condition is not great. So I brought that to Director Langell, and he obtained the service of Aquatic Design and Engineering, and they were provided all the background maintenance that we'd performed, photographs, that sort of thing, and they conducted an on-site assessment on December 23rd of 2024. Those findings were received in the report that was circulated to you folks. And it's from those findings and additional information we've got from other municipalities, obviously our insurance provider, that we've come to this decision. I'll open it up here for questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes, is Jamie on?
I am, good evening.
Okay, we can hear you, thank you. All right, so I'll start with Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Nick. I don't know really what I'm thanking you for because I'm not very happy with this information, but we'll see where we go. Can you tell me what the swimming season was like at the pool last season, specifically the water quality?
The water quality? Last season, I've been in the role where I was really hands-on at the pool, 2022, 2023, 2024. And I think we made it through 2024 without any closures. Because I've experienced it's too cloudy, we've got to adjust some things. And I think as far as that goes, 2024, we had smooth operations.
So I'm pretty sure it was a good season, no issues, basically. Pretty good attendance with the programming and so on. Now, I worked at the pool for well over 10 years. And from a young age right up until, from probably about 13 until I started teaching. So I know that pool really well. And during the time that I was working there, we had all kinds of algae blooms. I mean, we had to close for a couple of days to clear the algae. As staff, you know, lifeguards and instructors, we were scraping down the sides of the walls to get rid of the algae and so on. And really, we haven't seen that going on in our town for a long time. The water quality has been excellent at the pool. So I would question that there's a problem with our filtration and our pumping system. So what happened exactly from going from a really good season with no issues whatsoever to all of a sudden now we're going to have to close the pool? So what was it exactly that you found when you went to close the pool? Was it a valve that you had to, you know, you couldn't get unstuck, or what was it exactly that you found?
The condition of the pool tank. So the pool concrete itself, those issues, those are mostly controlled chemically.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure of the technological developments over the years. Maybe things were different. But right now we work with Water and Ice North America, and they supply great product, and those clarity issues and algae issues are not really present.
No, they're not there.
What I was mainly concerned with, and my staff brought to me, when I later brought to Director Langell, is the implications of the pool tank conditions. Like I said, just that concrete structure. Because it's been fairly brittle for a while. And what our practice is to fill the cracks around the jets, basically anywhere where it opens, where it meets the concrete along the coping. There's quite a bit of chipping and things that go on in those areas. We typically leave it lay, plaster over it with quick concrete, things of that nature, and get through. I have noticed my entire time here, because I've always kind of had a part in those practices, it has definitely gotten much worse. We're going areas that are just spider cracked. You could pick these chunks out, mainly in the corners of the pool, around the jets, around the skimmer openings. We're just going and we're plastering over that. And that's hardening and keeping everything in place. But there'd be air pockets in that, just year after year of those sorts of practices. And mainly what the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, there was a section of coping that I kind of was investigating, and I grabbed it like this and it just lifted. I mean, this would be several hundred pounds of concrete if an individual were to try to pull themselves up. So you're correct. I see exactly where you're coming from. We did have a fairly smooth operating season, but just the condition of the infrastructure on the surface level is quite concerning.
Okay, so I also read in the report that the filtration system was the original system. And that's not entirely accurate.
Sure.
The filtration and pumping system was housed in a building, a separate building, just behind the ballpark outfield. So if you're standing in front of the pool looking out beyond the left-hand side, okay, there was a building there, and that was the pumping system, the filtration system, and so on. And then we had upgrades done, major upgrades, and that was torn down, and everything was moved over to the building it's in now, right? So that is not original system. That was replaced at one time. And in the process of doing that, do you know where the pipes run under the deck? Do you know where they go?
The drawings that I was able to find showed a sort of channel that goes out directly from the plant room in the pool building, kind of to the pool deck, and it just traces right around the edge of the pool.
There's a lot of pipes that are under that left-hand side deck.
Yes.
And that left-hand side deck looks a lot different than the right-hand side deck because it was ripped up. And pipes were looked at and replaced there, and then it was reconcreted over. And that was done at time of renovations, okay? And we've also had some skimmer issues, and some of those were looked at and repaired, I do believe. Because that was in the report, that a couple of those skimmers were repaired.
Right. A contractor that's been involved in that mentioned two of them.
Right.
Because the deck was replaced, I believe, in 2013.
Right.
And I think they went at two of the two nearest the plant room.
Right.
Were replaced.
Okay, that's good. And so when all that new work was done at one time, let's say 2013, maybe 2012, when the filtration system was moved and all that mechanical work was done, at no time was the pool closed. So there are, in that whole history of time, the only time then the Memorial Park has been closed was during COVID. That was it. It has never been closed for those types of repairs. It has been closed for a few days because of algae bloom and things like that back in the day when I was an instructor lifeguard, and that was quite far back when, as you say, chemicals weren't quite as good. But all that stuff was done without closing the pool, because there are 10 months in a year, and the pool is only open for 2 months. So I think we should be looking at, can that tank be repaired during non-swimming season? So in the spring, in the fall, in the winter when, because right now we don't have any frost in the ground whatsoever, weeping tile could probably be replaced right now because there's no frost in the ground. So instead of disadvantaging the citizens in the town and saying, we're gonna close the pool for a year, and we're gonna save money, and then we're gonna spend 3.1 million to build a new pool, why don't we do the repairs that are necessary and do them according to a plan where the pool can still be in operation? And if that means we do the tank first, because that's the biggest issue, then let's get on the tank right now and start to repair the tank, so by the time July rolls around, that is repaired. The health and safety concerns that are listed in the report, they're nothing. You get an electrician in there, and they can put a push stop easily on the side of that building to stop the pump. Telephones, I've been told repeatedly that the staff on deck has their cell phones out all the time. There's always a telephone on the deck. And so those types of things, health and safety issues, we can patch the cement, as you've pointed out and was pointed out before. We can do these things piece by piece by piece by piece. If we haven't been doing that for the last, since those major repairs were done in 2013, then, my question would be, why not? And now I'm wondering, why are we shutting down a pool for repairs that can be done outside of season? And, I find this a very difficult thing to wrap my head around. But if those upgrades could be done in the past, when we didn't have the technology that we have today, and we didn't have to close the pool, why today do we have to close the pool to do the same upgrades that were done in the past? I don't understand that, and I need that explained to me.
Mr. George, I'm gonna ask a quick question. Is there any information you can give us on what the cost might be to keep this pool open this year? Or, if we got a couple years out of it, what we'd be looking at?
So, what was prioritized when I received this information, and I've been receiving things daily, things are still kind of coming in. But my priority was, like you say, the pool tank. I was like, if any one thing has to be repaired, it's this pool tank. So, Aquatic Design and Engineering actually said, yes, this is something that happens to concrete pools all the time. The method of fixing this is water blasting. So going around, you take that epoxy layer, those layers of paint, you take those off and expose the concrete. It's usually just resurfacing. I've watched a few videos of them doing this at other pools. With us, all those patches that are really, really, it's just gonna destroy those. So it's gonna take the surface off of most of the pool. And in those really problematic areas, it's just gonna obliterate it. And those can be rebuilt back to form, and then refinished. So the timeline, the estimated timeline that was given by the consultants for this when we inquired was about 10 weeks of just construction.
Okay.
Obviously that's not taking into account procurement, material lead time, labor sourcing, those sorts of things. But then I also reached out to our insurer. We had a session with them last week, and it kind of prompted some questions for us. And I sent photos, just some overall background on what we're looking at here at the pool. And like I said, I didn't bother with the filtration. Those are extras, really, when looking at this as a whole. I sent pictures of the pool deck and the pool's tank. And I received a recommendation from the insurer. He writes, it appeared based on the consultant's finding that the pool tank structure and deck are in an advanced stage of deterioration and is nearing end of life. Condition of the pool may in fact be far worse following the winter season and after the spring freeze thaw. An updated assessment may be required. However, it appears that deterioration is such that the full extent of wear and damage may not be known until the pool is taken out of service and further examinations are completed. We can't see under the finished layer of the pool tank, obviously. The town may be found negligent as it is aware of the deterioration of the pool and allowed its continued use without taking proper steps to fix it. Hazards that are not properly marked with warning signs and barriers could further lead to allegations of negligence, against the town. Given staff's knowledge, the consultant's report, and the Occupiers Liability Act, these all create concerns in the safety of the pool structure, potential for liability, and lack of defenses should injuries arise. Our recommendation would be to close the pool and not reopen until a permanent replacement can be provided.
That's based on.
Just hold, Councillor Maxwell, just hold on 1 second. You don't have the floor yet, but you can come back around after everyone else has spoken. I want to just recap what I asked though. Is there a number that would get us open this season?
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to focus on. What would suffice to get the pool open this season, if it's possible?
So from the recommendations, a new pool deck was estimated at $380,000.
Okay.
Pool tank repairs, so that's the demolition and the rebuilding of the concrete.
Yep.
Was estimated at $215,000.
Okay.
And the pool tank finishes, that's the waterproofing epoxy. That's been estimated at $375,000. And those are based on cost per square footage calculation.
And that is the only way to get us open safely this season, is that?
Those are the kind of the two humps we've got to get over, the condition of the pool deck and the tank, and those are just the repairs to those elements.
Okay, and that, does Jamie have any idea how long that would, I guess, I don't want to use the word buy time, but what would that do for us long-term for the pool? How long could we operate it after that, if that money was spent and those projects were complete?
There's a lot of parameters there that we don't know. So weather conditions, natural disasters, shifting of ground, et cetera. Working, to answer your question, just a little bit of a sideline, working with a project that was developed into a two-phase project, similar to what's being discussed right now, where some repairs can be done now, weather permitting, in order to open in the spring, and then again come back in the fall and continue on some of those repairs, knowing that there is an overlap. So you would have some repairs done today that would need to be undone tomorrow in order to continue that process. How long would it extend the life of the pool itself? You are on borrowed time, right? So the average across Canada is 30 years, and you're pushing 65 years on this pool tank, so you're double the lifespan. I would say realistically, you're probably buying yourself another 5 to maybe 10 years at the most, with some of those repairs being considered. But again, you are on borrowed time.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Savage.
Okay, thank you, Worship. Yeah, so a lot has been said, obviously, through the mayor and Councillor Maxwell, but like what some of the parts that I honed in on were page 7 of 10 of the report, where it talked about the skimmer grills, the openings, and that there was some health and life safety hazards and things like that. And then you spoke to the insurance piece of it, and that doesn't surprise me that once the insurance company is aware of the report, then they have to make a recommendation as to what has to happen. So it sounds like, and I apologize, I wasn't adding the numbers up in my head, that if we were to inject these kinds of funds now, what did that total, Mayor?
About 970, I think, in around there.
Yeah,
970?
yeah, so just under $1 million.
Yeah.
And that would get us through for the next 5 to 10 years. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I have one more thing.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, I have one more thing. The 2014 Nova Scotia guidelines that the report continuously refers back to, is that, like, when the pool is open on a per annum basis, are those guidelines, do we look at those guidelines every year, or is that just part of the opening of it?
I personally haven't.
Okay.
We've actually been audited. I've met an individual, I believe, from the province
Okay.
at the pool.
Yeah.
And they're not hard, like, if this is not in
No,
place,
yeah.
that you're shut down or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I've met with someone from the province, I believe, and went around the building and provided recommendations
Okay.
of this sort.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, thanks for your work on this. I know it's a lot of work, so, and it's a issue for sure. Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton.
So the pool deck was replaced in 2013. What is the normal longevity of a concrete pool deck? Like it feels like it hasn't lasted very long. You know, you said that over the years, you're constantly replacing and you're constantly patching up like for many, many years. My concern is could there have been something that went wrong with that concrete? Or like, it just doesn't feel like it lasted long enough.
So
So with that, can you, if it wasn't good concrete and something went wrong with it, can you go back to the insurance company or like, and say, the concrete didn't last like it should have?
I'm sure we could, that has not been explored. I did some digging into, like, such as photos, I have the invoice, things of that nature from when this project was completed. And also with some insight that I've gained, we had inspections done with Cornell Video Inspections, they came and did the piping. It appears, I can't speak to decisions that past administrations have made, but everything's pointing to this pool deck was fixed and repaired just to get through another few years. One of the things, Cornell Video Inspections, they deal with pools out of Halifax. When they arrived on site, now keep in mind, this is the only pool I've ever worked at. I grew up in Kemptville, I swam in this pool. This is all I know. So I'm learning a lot from these folks. And when they come down, they're like, where are your access points? And I'm like, sorry, what do you mean? They're like, pool deck, access points, you can't get to any of this piping?
Right.
I said, no. And they had to go in through the, they're like, we've never really seen this. There's usually a channel. And now that I think about it, other pools I've been to, there's kind of a grate, we have some for drainage at our pool. There's kind of a grate system that goes around. And quite often, you unscrew one of those panels and there's valves to isolate a section. So basically what it appears is the pool deck was just covered in concrete. I'm not sure the issues that they were having, but it was just done to get us through another couple of years. A lot of the provisions that are normally would be undertaken in providing a pool with a surrounding deck surface were not taken. I know that the number was quite a bit cheaper than what's proposed here. So I'm not sure, but yeah, that I've not gone back with the contractor or anything of that nature.
Do you know when it was actually put in, like the date of it? I know it's 2013, but when in 2013?
The photos I saw were dated May of 2013, and then the deck was gone. They were performing that work. I believe it was, when I was growing up, it was brick pavers made up the pool deck.
That's right.
So they would have been removed.
And how long have you been patching?
The patching that I really spoke to was to do with the pool tank. And that's been going on, I can't speak to before me, but my whole time with the town, so since 2014, there's always extensive concrete patching. This last year was actually the first time, there's been some crumbling in the corners, like I said, where the pool coping meets the pool deck. It causes deterioration on both sides. But this was the first year we've actually had to patch the relief cuts in the concrete, so those pre-cut sections. Sections had shifted so much so that we kind of had to smooth the transit because it was an honest tripping hazard in I think 3 locations. So we actually had, it's an eyesore, but it's better than a liability. So yeah, that was the patching that went on the pool deck this year. That was new, that I'd never seen done in previous years.
So I guess if we were to put a brand new pool in, how long is that decking and that tank? How long will that actually, how long is that supposed to last?
I would refer back to the average lifespan recognized by Statistics Canada, and that gives about 30 years, the useful life, expected useful life of an outdoor pool.
So to get 10 years is not even close.
Right, yeah, and that's the thing. If they surface strip this, this pool tank we have now, you'd still be left with that base, the base structure would still be 65 years old. So that's just the difference between retrofitting and rebuild.
And one more quick question, sorry for all the questions. Was there any consideration to doing some of the work with our local companies?
Oh, certainly. One of the, I've talked to, I believe D&T Construction did some of the concrete work previously. I contacted them when we were thinking of having a skimmer replaced. That fell through, we didn't have time for that. But the firm that was recommended by Aquatic Design and Engineering is just outside of Halifax. And as soon as we got their contact, I called them. I'm still pending a phone call to see about having the pool tank redone. They're under the impression that we're going ahead with it.
We have a couple pool companies that are right in the valley here, right?
Yes, we deal with Leisure Valley, Water and Ice North America. But yeah, retrofits of multifaceted retrofits of this scale, typically from what I've seen just with consulting with other municipalities, it's typically a conglomerate from out of province. But certainly if small parts of this were to be done individually, certainly.
I'm just wondering if it might impact like our costs. So, that's it for me.
Okay. So I'm going to just take the opportunity to take the floor for a minute. I reached out today to MLA Lore, and he educated me on a grant that I've passed on to staff, which is the Development Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage for Emergency Situations, and I believe this was applied in Canning for their rink, so this is an opportunity maybe. I also invited somebody here tonight with a lot of money, and he's sitting in the audience, and I'm hoping that with the closure of, as we know today, with the Acadia pool, which is unfortunate, and we're pretty much the only pool, I know Hansport's still standing, but maybe, you know, we're still hoping that we're gonna have a multi-regional facility for our partners, but I'm just putting it out there, and I see him sitting there, and I'm gonna give him an opportunity. I invited him. If you wanna come up, with your wallet open, Mayor Corkum, if you have any questions while you're here, because you may be able to take that back to your council.
Okay.
Don't see any wallet yet, but where's the check?
I appreciate that, and I know it's kind of
A little unorthodox, but
highly irregular, but I
Yeah.
appreciate that, and I think it's timely. I will say, because the Acadia pool announcement has really put us all under the gun. I will say that it's an indoor pool facility has been long overdue for this area. And I think that people have been looking at maybe other items, rinks and gymnasiums and so on and so forth. But an indoor pool is long overdue and well needed, and the population is growing. So, and I will tell you that I deal with this every day. There is a huge groundswell of people in support of an indoor pool. And business community, I think John Lohr, I've had meetings with him, and so I'm going to give you one person's opinion. This is not Kings County Council has not voted on this. But I would say to you that if you do a repair job, I would be quite sure that there's a lot of people from Kings County use your Kentville pool, and I would think that one person's opinion that we would be come to the table. No different than if we build this indoor pool. There's a lot of people from Kentville would be using it, so I would hope to see you at the table. So that's something you might want to think about. If we fast-tracked an indoor pool, you're probably looking at 3 to 5 years. So it's a situation that you may want to have that information with your decision here today. Because I think that would be a wonderful thing for Kings County, for Kentville, for, you know, the whole area. And so it's a situation that if you spend $3 or $4 million, and I'm not trying to talk you out of it, $3 or $4 million on this pool, that may have a huge bearing on really a wonderful new indoor pool. And as Councillor Maxwell says, you're using the pool for, what, 2 months? We're talking a facility that you can use 12 months of the year. And that's all I got to say. Again, council didn't send me here. This is one person's opinion, but it's needed. And I think with Acadia going down, and if your pool's going down, it's time that everybody got on board and get together and do this thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kroll.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My question was basically answered by both you and Mayor Corkum. I was looking at the financial ask and what other funding partners could be found for not only either the 3.1 million or the repair of about $1 million. So I'm looking to see where you're going to try to find other money besides hopefully the County of Kings and some grant money that we just heard about.
Other than what's been discussed, that is not my field of expertise. I spend a lot of the money.
I would say that our push would be for federal, Our push would be for federal, provincial, and municipal funds, and then any other grants that we can get our hands on. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to let Councillor Baker talk because he hasn't spoken yet, and then we'll come back to you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you. And I don't know, I see that the life skills that we give our children are important. And even though we talk about the 2 months during the years when the pool is open, that's the peak time to learn, because they're not learning those skills during the hockey months, shall we say. They're learning them during the summer months. And that's why it is imperative that we have an option for them to learn. I'm not believing that anything can be done unless this council and this administration fast tracks procurement. If we don't fast track procurement, we're looking at a delay of a year, 2 years maybe, depending on the conditions. So I'm looking for some direction as to whether we can fast track this to provide a solution for the town of Kentville for this season. Because if you take it into repair beginning April 1st, we can still be open July 1st. If your contractor already has an idea that this is coming, can we alter the tendering process to allow for preferred expedited methods? I don't think it's right for this pool to be closed for any season because these kids in Kentville rely on it. We can't wait 3 to 5 years because it's just not right. So I ask council and the CAO, can we expedite procedures to procure this and solve this immediately? And if we can't, can I ask staff to make recommendations for how we can provide for the citizens of Kentville opportunities to learn to swim? It's a life skill, it's essential, or even just to cool down. Like, what can we do? Because we see streams of kids during the summer daily from our day camps hit that pool. And if we don't even have a heat pump available for them, how else are we going to get them to be able to be in a healthy condition during the summer months? So I open that to Mr. Gerard, if you have some ideas, but if not, I mean, we defer to the wise minds around this room.
I am not on the programming side. My mind immediately goes to the splash pad, and thankfully the splash pad is fine. It's functioning. The entire pool building is fine. Much of that was renovated a couple of years ago. But what I will add, the timeline provided of around 10 weeks for construction, that was focused mainly around the pool tank. Since that option was explored, our insurer has brought to our attention that they're not comfortable with the pool deck either. I really prioritized the pool tank. But with the photos provided and things of that nature, our insurer is not comfortable with the deck conditions either. So that would have to be rectified ahead of a season beginning as well.
Sorry, you said the splash pad's not on the same filtration system as the pool?
Nope, the splash pad, they function on 2 different systems, and the splash pad is fine.
Okay, Councillor Maxwell?
Okay, is it Jamie that's on there?
Yes.
Jamie, in your report, I couldn't find anywhere where you suggested that we would close the pool for a year. Your recommendations seem to be based on what might be needed over the next period of time. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Yes, okay. So I think we might have jumped the gun with the insurance company and going to the insurance company. And how many incidents of tripping and falling did we have at the pool this summer on the deck?
None were reported to myself.
None?
None, no.
None. Yet we go to the insurance company and we tell them we have a problem with our deck that's so bad that it's a legal liability. I have a big question about that. Perhaps we can replace portions of the deck. We might not need to replace the entire deck. I really would like staff, and I've written this down, to find a way to upgrade our pool that will not impact on the months of July and August. And that leaves you 10 months where work can be done, and it doesn't have to all be done at the same time. And I think it's most important, and as a follow-up to what Councillor Baker has said, that our people are learning. And with the permanent close of the Acadia Pool, this is going to have a huge impact on Kentville and surrounding area if we close ours. It's a valuable form of exercise that's disappearing for all age groups. It's water safety, learning, and learning to swim classes. It's a way of cooling off for those citizens in our town that do not have access to backyard pools and that do not have cottages, and there's a large number of those. Our swimming pool it's the heart of our community, and losing this piece of infrastructure for any length of time will be the same impact to this town as losing our high school was. And we don't want to go through that again. And I don't believe that our staff would have been putting people in that pool summer after summer after summer if there was any hint of impropriety or unsafe conditions. And to go through an entire summer with no incidents, no issues, and then to come and say, now we need to close the pool, that just it doesn't ring true. And with our professional consultants looking at it and giving us an assessment, and never once mentioning in that assessment that the pool should be closed for 2 months this summer, not once, I think that we need to really go back and take a hard look at this. It can't just be that, oh, well, the pool's been leaking for centuries, and oh, well, we've got this issue and we've got that issue. It's too big an issue in this town to take lightly. Look at the people impacted. Just give me a second here. You've got young, very young children, all the way up to seniors who are impacted. You've got students relying on this for summer jobs. Right here in Kentville, students that rely on working at that pool this summer. It's a way to cool off for our citizens in the heat of the summers that we've had and experienced recently, and we're going to take that away from them. Those citizens, especially who lack transportation services to get them to Hansport or to get them to Windsor or to get them to Greenwood, which are the closest pools, I think that's, something. And we have a community gathering space down there for all ages. We have a large seniors group that's regular down there using the pool. We have the Marlin swim team that uses that pool regularly. They bring hundreds of people into this town every summer for a large swim meet. That affects our business community. The Autism Society is using our pool for their people. And I just think that we need to go back to the drawing board and we need to prioritize what needs to be done this spring to get that facility operational. And then we need to devise a plan that we get things done in a systematic way that does not impact the July and August swimming season. And I believe every town the size of Kentville should have an outdoor pool in addition to an indoor pool. And that regional recreation center and indoor swimming pool that Mayor Corkum said he's starting to hear about how important that is important. And I don't think for a minute that, and I don't want you to think I'm saying that we don't need to upgrade. We do. We do need to upgrade. And I wonder why we haven't had a plan going along to get those upgrades done before we're looking at shutting it down. And that's a question I would, like the recreation director to ponder, because this didn't just happen. This didn't just happen, that we go from a perfect season to now we need to shut her down. And so I'm going to ask and encourage staff to find that way to upgrade our pool that will not impact on the months of July and August so we can open.
CEO, did you want to speak?
I'll touch on a couple of points. I'm not going to speak to operations at the pool. Procurement, there are rules and limits that are normally in place. We can find out relatively quickly if this will classify as an emergency repair where we wouldn't have to necessarily follow those rules. I don't know what the answer is, but we can get you the answer quickly. You may or may not like the answer. This pool is our problem now. I would note that the people sitting around this table haven't been here for 30 years. There has been patches being put on that, so my apologies. My apologies.
69 years.
If it's council's direction to do everything we can to keep the pool operational this year, we will do everything that we can, understanding that it comes with about a $900,000 price tag in all likelihood. And to not have gone to insurance when we became aware of this would have placed a huge liability on the town, and I'm afraid this council would have a lot more issues with administration if something would have happened, given what happened that led to this pool assessment. So we have insurance at every conference talking to us that when you're aware of a risk, you have to address it. You can't just not follow it. So whether it is doable or not, I can't give you an answer. If it's the direction of council, and council is prepared to provide the budget, then we will move forward to do everything we can to keep the pool open for July 1st and August through August. I don't know, Director Langell, if you have anything you want to add, or?
The only thing I guess I will mention, there's been a lot of conversation around, it was a perfect pool season. Yes, it was a good pool season, but things happen and the facility is 65 years old. When staff were made aware of the situation, they addressed it. Within a month, we had a consultant in place doing an assessment of our facility. And we have a recommendation going forward for whichever option you want to go with. There is an option there available. So if you want to renovate it, or if you want to build new, those options are there.
Yes. The other piece I would add is we tried to make council aware of the situation as soon as we were aware of it. We could have waited and done the reports and had all the results, and sometime in April we would have come to you and say we have a problem with the pool. So we put out information live. When we were aware that there was an issue and that was likely going to lead to a closure of the pool, we made council aware by email. We didn't even wait till tonight. So some of this is the fact that we're trying to deal with this live because it is an emerging situation vis-a-vis how you would normally do it, where you would want to come with all the options and a recommendation and inform council. So just so council's aware of that.
So I just have one last question, and then we'll move to you. So I just want to clear, this is, and I don't know if you can answer this, based on the work we need to get this opened in July and August, can we do it? The minimum work if we want to open it, or am I understanding that it may not happen regardless?
We can try. There's no guarantee, right? That's why there's an RFP process and finding somebody to do the work. If there's nobody to do the work,
right,
then we can't get the work done in time.
Okay, but the total amount of work is more than 10 weeks? Because you mentioned, yeah,
So, Councilor Baker asked
Yeah.
me, the 10-week timeline was provided based on an inquiry that I gave about pool tank repair.
yeah,
Whether they can happen concurrently and everything's wrapped up
Okay.
at the same time, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But there's with the implications of the pool deck, that definitely exacerbates the need for repair
okay,
there, for
okay.
sure.
Councillor Savage?
Thank you, Worship. My question's very quick. So if we were able to get these renovations done, certainly before an RFP went out, have we verified or could we verify with the insurance company that if we were to do these upgrades, that they would be acceptable to the insurance company and would continue on with their insurance? Because I think obviously that's a key piece, right?
Yeah, it's the bowl and the.
Yeah.
And the deck. Once those are complete, then they're fine.
Then they're fine with that. Okay.
That doesn't mean that the longevity of the pool is gonna.
No, of
be
course not.
10 years.
No.
We're putting.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Is this something, Mayor, that we would make a motion tonight and make a recommendation that would be ratified at council at the end of the month, or perhaps that's a bit premature?
If council, I don't think we have time to necessarily wait. If council wants administration to gather more facts to bring back to council to make a decision, then we will make it a high priority to bring that information back. And part of it would be on procurement.
Yeah.
We will source out any funding. The mayor seems to have a really good relationship with the mayor of the county. So those conversations will continue. We would probably push provincial and federal as well to see if there's any support. Certainly with the announcement of Acadia, the valley is going to have limited aquatic opportunities. But if we would like some direction from council tonight that collectively they would like to see us chase this out as far as we can.
Yeah, I would suggest maybe Councillor Maxwell make the motion.
Just hold, okay, hold on once, you know what, make your motion and then, hold on, go ahead.
All right, I will make a motion that we direct the CAO to pursue ways to secure upgrades of our pools so that we are able to open in July and August, and then develop a plan whereby further upgrades can be done in the off-season.
Seconded by Councillor Savage. Yeah, do you want to read it back?
That council direct the CAO to pursue ways to secure upgrades to the pool in order to open in July and August of 2025, and further develop a plan for upgrades in the off-season.
Okay, is there any discussion on that? No discussion, are you ready for the question? Deputy Clerk, you want to?
That council direct the CAO to pursue ways to secure upgrades to the pool in order to open in July and August of 2025, and further develop a plan for further upgrades in the off-season. Is that an acceptable motion?
Sounds good to me, yeah.
Oh, could I?
Yeah.
Off-season, can you add an S to off-seasons? Because it may take more than one season to get everything done.
You're good with that? Councillor Savage?
Yes.
Okay. Are we putting it up there? Are we just going to do it the old school? Oh, it's going up.
Bringing it up.
All right. Voting is now open. You got it. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried.
Please don't.
If you guys are good with taking a 15-minute break, or do you want to take more?
Thanks, Jimmy.
What did you want to? 10 minutes is good. Okay, go ahead. We're on? Okay. We are going to resume our meeting now. CAO, if you want to invite our next report.
Chief Smith's all ready to go.
Good evening, Deputy Clerk, CAO, Council, and Mayor. Present to you tonight the report for December. Stats are pretty much comparable with the previous months. You will see a year-end report for your next CAC meeting. It will be presented at the board this upcoming February 21st. Just to mention as well on the 21st, that it is a public meeting. I don't know that many people understand that, but we typically don't get many people at our board meetings, so feel free if you'd like to come out. It is a public meeting. I will say that our last meeting was the first attended by Councillor Savage, and our next meeting will have our citizen appointee, Penny Hart, will be attending virtually, I believe, so which is good to hear. Lots of training as usual, meetings pretty much the same. We had a lot of fundraisers in December. I think I touched on these the last time, but it was a little over in combined between our KPS brunch fundraiser and the Cram Cruiser. Funding raised in the office was it was close to $10,000. And that didn't include all the toys that we delivered as well. So huge turnout from the members helping out and from the community, which was greatly appreciated. Had some meetings with our SKU, which is our Street Crime Enforcement Unit, as well as our Criminal Intelligence Service Nova Scotia position, which has been finally filled. It was vacant for about a year, so we've had some meetings with them and looking at plans going forward. They do a lot of our drug investigation work. Crisis Navigators, a typical month, steady. Of our calls, I will note, I can't remember if I mentioned this last time or not, but our statistics are up about 17% call volume wise from 2023, which is a significant increase for calls. We were just shy of 4,000 for 2024. We have started keeping track, and you'll probably notice once the board gets situated, you'll probably notice our reports are going to be a little bit different. One of the things we've been focusing on that has been brought up is calls that originate from people that actually live in the town compared to calls that originate from people that actually live outside, so we can demonstrate that it's not just the citizens of Kentville that we're dealing with. So that'll be something that'll come forward in our new reports, and along with I'm sure some other ideas that we'll receive from the board. So it hasn't been changed in many years. I don't have anything else unless anybody has any questions. And I hope you don't have as many as you had for.
Are there any questions for Chief Smith? Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
The bylaw report. I'm noticing
Yes.
that we have 13 parking charges, but 70 parking warnings. Do you think maybe we should be stepping up the charges a little bit?
So I will say if you go back and, it's not a rubber stamp thing, Councillor,
Yeah.
but if you go back and look through the months, you'll see that December tends to be a little bit lower for the season.
Yeah.
Bring a little more people to the downtown core.
Okay.
It's not I guarantee you in January, his statistics
change?
were 50.
Yeah.
50 to 52.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
his revenue for the town, or for this fiscal is already ahead of schedule where he's supposed to be. So yeah,
Okay, I agree with that.
yeah.
Yep.
I'm on live saying that.
Okay, I guess there's no more questions. Thank you, Chief Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Director Bell will present the Engineering and Public Works report.
I'll be just as quick, I hope.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll start again, as I usually do, with the Kentville Water Commission update. As I touched on at last month's CAC, we are having a banner year for water breaks. As of this report, we've had, I believe, 7 water main and 1 water service breaks throughout the entire Kentville Water Commission service area, which stretches into both North Kentville and south of the town boundary. And there will no doubt be more throughout the winter and early spring. The large swings in water temperature cause expansion and contraction of the pipe and ground movement, resulting in breaks in the pipe. Our Public Works and Water Commission crews have been very busy, sometimes on evenings and weekends, identifying and repairing these breaks, which can be complicated by the direct bury high voltage power lines in many of our older residential streets and subdivisions, requiring both NS Power locates, usually on an emergency basis, to come out, and then the assistance of contracted Vector trucks to deal with both the amount of water in the ground and around the break and the proximity to digging around those high voltage lines. There are no operational solutions to lessen these breaks, which can happen on relatively new and old pipes alike. These breaks add to the deteriorating winter road conditions, which I will also touch on shortly. Under sanitary area sewer service, there were no direct issues with our own utility or sewer service in January, but as an update to the Capital Regional Sewer Force Main project that has been going on in the town limits this past fall and winter, that we partner in with the County of Kings and Village of Duminas. The project is nearing completion, and as of last week, the section between Millbrook and the dog park is live now, replacing that frequently failing 48-year-old pipe in that area. This leaves the section from the large lift station behind the Justice Center to the east side of Millbrook as still the original ductile iron pipe, and there have been a few breaks in that line both before and after Christmas. The new pipe is completely installed in this area except for the brook crossing. The method and timing of this crossing is still undecided, so to expedite the commissioning of this west portion, the county and their contractor and consultant have proposed to install the crossing on one side of the Millbrook, the old rail bridge, now our asset, just north of the curling club. On the deck itself off to one side to avoid any additional breaks in the old line and environmental contamination or even catastrophe to the brook and surrounding wetland. This is a temporary solution until a permanent brook crossing is found or solution is found. They're having trouble getting any contractor interested in drilling under the brook due to soil conditions of the river, and it's not the solution that they hoped, I guess, when they tendered it. That part is why they're looking to put the line on our bridge deck. They would encase it in plywood or metal, depending on the length of time that it would be on there, and it would be off to one side and out of the travel way. So we've informed the county and their consultants and the contractor that the town is agreeable to this temporary solution, with the understanding that should there be any damage to the town's trail bridge, it would be repaired at the contractor's expense. So I was talking to them again late last week and then again today, and they're looking to do that sooner than later to make the entire section of Force Main essentially live, so they can, one option they may look at in the future is to take that old force line that's underneath of the river, been there for, again, the 48 years, but to have that relined, since it's already there and under the river, that could be a one option to avoid having to drill a new one. They could just use the bridge as a temporary crossing, and there's no real risk of freezing because that line is always flowing, pumping over 1 million gallons a day from Kentville to the new Minas plant. I put this next section under traffic authority, or really it's more of an operating budget An update that I want to touch on with council. This winter has been particularly hard, as many of you, everybody knows, on our streets. We continue to spend more every year on patch paving, but are at the point where many of our streets, such as Main Street, Park Street, Bridge Street, and others for sure, certainly residential streets as well, but those main thoroughfares are really failing. The province has mentioned the possibility of one-time 50% funding to repave provincial routes that go through towns, such as the ones mentioned. And I would argue that this isn't enough of a commitment on what is the #1 highway and provincial routes and trunks through towns such as Bridge Street, which is Route 341 and Chester Avenue or Highway 12. I mean, that's in pretty good condition because we spent the money 10 years ago to rebuild Chester Avenue. But if this isn't made available, we will need to look at other options instead of resurfacing, like milling out major sections of these areas and repaving them instead of just patching them. If that's the case, this would still be considered an operational repair rather than because it doesn't really extend the street's functionality by more than a few years. It would most likely need to be an increased operating budget line item than what we have been going through the last few years, and rather than a capitalizable item under the capital budget. Regardless, we're going to have to spend some extra money in the next few years on our street repairs as they continue to deteriorate. I did get an update since I wrote the report, so I added a little blurb at the end. As an update, since writing the report, we have received both a letter from the Nova Scotia Public Works Chief Engineer, which we still think of as the Department of Transportation, outlining the province's 5-year repaving program for municipally owned trunks and routes that offers to match funding on a first-come, first-served basis until the relatively small province-wide budget of 6.1 million is exhausted each year. So that's what they are putting forward as 50% funding for towns to put a proposal in. We have a meeting as well that just got booked last week with the Kings County area manager of the same department, formerly DOT, for next Friday to discuss Trunk 1 and other connections that go through sort of their provincial roads in town. So the deadline for the province funding application for this year is at the end of the month, February 28th. And last year's 5-year capital plan, we proposed spending $500,000 each year if we were successful with the province's matched funding. So that would be $500,000 matched by the province if we were successful for $1 million of paving a year. Just as some quick math, costs about 1.5 million to resurface a kilometer of street. So if we were looking at per million, we're more like 650 meters is all that 500,000 times 2 would get us. So a lot of years to look at doing Park Street, Main Street, those parts of Highway 1 or Bridge Street, which is also in poor condition and a trunk road. So we'll meet with the province and put an application in. We're just not sure at this point what's reasonable. We approved the 5-year capital budget last year in principle to try to do $500,000 each year, and that's I think at this point that's what we'll apply for, since they only have 6.1 for the entire province per year. Under projects and winter tenders, in order to obtain the most competitive bids, I mentioned this last month, we put 2 of our large ICIP projects out to tender in January. The first one closed last week, which is the next phase of the AT plan. And it's I'm going to skip ahead, I guess, to the bottom of the update. The downtown AT sidewalk tender closed last Thursday, and we received 3 bids, 3 tenders. The low bid was from Halifax-based company Ground Force Property Services. And the tender came in roughly $20,000 under budget at $683,500. So all of the paperwork was in order with bonds, insurance, et cetera. And to stay on track with this ICIP project, we plan to award this project to the firm, as this was money pre-approved by council for the 5-year AT GIF ICIP plan. The next phase, I guess, or sorry, the other large tender, of course, is the Donald D. Hiltz Road tender, and this first phase is set to close this Thursday, and once we get that tender closed, that will help us more accurately budget these two very large capital investment programs in our capital budget meetings coming up in the next few weeks. And I guess the last update I have is for the Stormwater Master Plan. Our stormwater consultant will be presenting a draft report to our engineering team in late February. I think we spoke in the past about having a public or a presentation to council in late February. That looks like it's going to be more like March. By the time they present to us in late February and they take that back to finalize the report, we'll be looking at a time to book a time and a venue to present to council in late March. But I will get that update to you certainly before our February council meeting with a proposed date or a few dates that we can decide on. And that's the highlights of my report.
Thank you, Director Bell. Are there any questions for Director Bell based on his report? Councillor Andrew.
Well, I pressed my button early and you answered the first one, but
okay.
I'll just ask a second one. I'll just ask it. Is there a change in the practice or the method of snow plowing compared to previous years?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
There's not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Director Bell, so I have two questions, and you talked about patch paving before, but I just want to confirm that we used to do like coal patch paving. I think that's what it was called. It's not really useful to do that. It's not useful to patch in the winter, right? And the winter is what it is. It's cold and.
We buy coal patch. It's a better product than it used to be. We've been buying it for a number of years. It's a bagged product, comes in a 80-pound bag or so. It does pack in, but it's meant for holes. Like you can't patch pave out on Bridge Street.
No.
It is a good area that's just raveled to pieces. So this is more for the true pothole that a tire goes in, it's more than 3 inches deep and usually a foot or two in diameter. And you take a bag or two of that to fill one hole. So, the stuff is effective, certainly not cost effective, but it's the only solution in the winter until the plants open.
Yeah, for sure.
In mid-May.
Mid-May, yeah,
a few weeks before apple blossom. But the last number of years, we've been doing what I call skim patching. Other than if we have a water break or a sewer repair, those are cut out and full depth repaves. But the rest you see on the streets are patching, and they're thin. They're a sand mix asphalt, and lots of years they last pretty good. But this year has been particularly hard. It's been the weather and the plowing and Nova Scotia's freeze-thaw cycles for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So my only other question is with regards to the Stormwater Management Master Plan. So when the draft comes to staff, if and maybe you've seen some of it already, I don't know, but I mean, if you as staff and council as well don't feel that it's robust enough or it hasn't covered all the key areas that we wanted to see it covered, what are our options with Dillon Consulting?
Well, as long as they've met the terms of reference, that's the report that we've asked for. I mean, there are certainly things that we've asked of them, even since the award, even the original public meeting that we had back in November was sort of an extra we felt was a necessary one to add to for them to certainly get feedback from residents and highlight hotspots in the town where we certainly told them where you know, there've been problems in the past and identified all those to the consultant, but it was great for them to hear from the residents on their concerns. So, you know, we've passed all that on to the consultant, and, you know, they still have, I think, another trip to come down and maybe a few more visits with, they're trying to see at least one representative from every area.
Okay.
But with, you know, we can't fix problems on private property. We're trying to fix municipal infrastructure.
Absolutely.
So what we have
Yeah.
to do is really, they look at the problems and they can see the problems without seeing every homeowner or business owner. But certainly they want to hear from certain, you know, from the areas that are of all concern, but of greatest concern, the ones that we've identified to them.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly with the terms of reference that went out, and then they come and they do their thing, but obviously, you know, as a town, we would know about those key areas, and we've conveyed that to them.
We have to be happy with the report too. I mean,
For sure.
There's certainly going to be lots of findings and lots of recommendations and you know, and lots of, you know, they're going to help us work on a 5 and 10 year, you know, capital plan that is going to take some time and some money and so hopefully some funding and some help from different levels of government to get to those solutions.
And presumably, Director, this report will marry up with our asset management plan as well.
For sure, yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
CEO, did you want to speak to the, I guess,
Councillor
plowing?
Maxwell has her button on. I'll defer to her.
All right, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Director. I have to just piggyback off John Andrews, or Councillor Andrews' question about the snow plowing. Now, today, our CAO sent us a nice email on policy G9, and that outlined nicely how decisions are made as to what roads get plowed and at what time and things like that. And I don't think that policy has changed in the last 8 years that I've been here. I think it's pretty much, it's been the same policy for the whole time. But I have been noticing a difference because I'm shoveling out into the road more often than I have ever had to shovel out in the road before. Now, I like to shovel snow, so I like the exercise. I don't use a snow blower or anything like that, but I've never had to shovel out almost into the middle of the, you know, of the road to get my car out. And yesterday, I went down to Chester in the storm around 4 o'clock, and of course, my road wasn't plowed. I didn't expect it to be. But when I got back at 20 to 11, it still wasn't plowed. And I was really shocked about that because that just never happens on my street. And so I have noticed that we're a bit slower. And I don't know if there's a reason why we're slower getting at it or not. It's getting done, but we seem to be slower, and we seem to be, the first swipe is right down the middle of the road, and I have to shovel right out into the road. So just wondering about that.
Those are fair comments, Councillor, and I will speak to Public Works, certainly on Sundays, depending on, you know, the amount of snow and the timing. Typically, you know, we bring out 2 trucks and 2, so we have 4 operators called in first, especially on an after hours call out. It would be different than a daytime or even an evening snow removal. We want to make sure that main thoroughfares and hospital routes and the steep approaches are handled first. Subdivisions certainly do come secondary, especially if they're not on a steep grade. But you know, on a Sunday like yesterday, we would have brought in really just 4 operators, so 2 trucks for the most part, and then 2 sidewalk machines. And if those duty foremen feel they need more help, that's when typically we go from 4 to the full complement of 9 operators. And it comes with a big dollar value too. And not to say that, and I think that was in the email, but not to say that dollars are over Trump. I said the word Trump. Oversee certainly safety, but we felt there was no safety issues yesterday on any of the main thoroughfares, and the approaches were you know, where they're steep or they meet Park Street or Main Street. We want to make sure those are clear, salted, and but with the temperatures that we had last night down to -20, If you get the subdivisions down to bare pavement, they actually become slipperier than if they're partly snow covered. It's actually easier to stop on the snow than it is on subdivision roads in the winter when it's as cold as it is or was last night, when salt is ineffective. But thanks for the comments.
I just thought when I came back at 20 to 11 that I would have to shovel myself in, you know, because that's usually the way it is. So I just find it slower, you know. Okay.
Some of it's timing and certainly.
CEO, do you want to speak to that?
I'll speak a little bit to it. Like, this winter is a tough winter to call. If the roads are icy, then the Kentville Police will notify us and we will send out staff to address it. But if the changeover happens around 7:30 or 8, which happened a couple of times early in the year, it's hard to catch it immobilized. Now, we did make one change. The on-call people normally showed up at 8 in the morning. We did, because we have the ability in the collective agreement, we now bring one of them in at 6 in the morning to start to work. That would be different than what would have happened in past years. As far as whether to deploy 4 pieces of gear or gnawing, that is left at the lead hands or foreman's position. That's not Dave's call, that's not Jeff's call. That happens with the boots on the ground. And when you have 3 or 4 inches of snow, it's a tough call. We would also get complaints if we rolled out the red carpet and put out every piece of equipment we did, and that does come. So it's the intermediate snow. If they're looking for 8, 10, 12 inches of snow, easy, everybody's rolling. It's that 3 or 4 inches of fluffy snow that kind of blows around, and they're calling for 5 to 10 centimeters. But the decision point is left with the operational staff to make that call. That hasn't changed. We're not down any operators. We haven't had any significant equipment. I think the one truck was a little later getting on the road, and we had some issues with one of the sidewalk machines. I think those are the only repairs that have been done. So things haven't changed. It is when the other piece on the icy roads, we have a lot of new police officers that are getting used to the routine here. So again, that all factors into it. Should have we rolled all 9 pieces? It's subjective. Again, we had 3, maybe 4 inches of snow yesterday. It wasn't what used to be a significant snowfall at all. That used to be flurries, and school would be on, and we'd all make our way. So I don't know if that provides any context to your questions, but.
Okay, I guess there's no more questions, Director.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to move on to a report from, is Ms. Christie's coming up, I guess?
You don't want me to report?
Do you want to report?
I'll keep it really quick. A lot of the material that was
She's going to sit down.
A lot of the material that was covered before administration would have been involved in. I'll just touch on a few of the issues that weren't discussed in detail. Certainly working with Director of Finance on budget preamble, getting that started.
Oh, your report.
Sorry. Yeah, I feel
Sorry.
left out.
I'm no good after 9:30.
We are going to re-roll out the E11 system. It's a citizen complaint concerns report. It's been around for a number of years. I think it had pre-existed COVID, and then we had a number of staff shortages. It was never used as it could have been used. It's an excellent forum to track and be able to report on concerns and close out and notify the public. But that sits with the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator right now. She is educating herself, and we had meetings with finance, because Carlo's the front end on that side of it. I've had meetings with Public Works, with Wanda, with Jason and Jennifer, who were involved in the original rollout. We do feel that there's a lot of value there. There will be a role for council at some point in the education to understand how we're going to channel these calls. Deputy Clerk, you would see that she's training and committee work. And as well, her and the Strategic Initiative Coordinator are working on the equity and anti-racism plan. Strategic Initiative Coordinator has put out a grant application for the hemlock invasion species control that was presented on earlier. You're going to hear about the community solar project partnership with Colchester and where we are with potentially feasibility study. and also work that the Strategic Initiative Coordinator has done with Coastal Action. These are smaller scale, but looking for a site to do a stormwater management pilot project. Is that a fair way to say it? Happy to answer any questions if council has any for me, or happy to move on to the next part of the agenda.
Any questions for the CAO? Going once, going twice, let's move along. So we have a report now from Ms. Christie.
Have to do my usual ritual.
Now I can see everybody.
Yeah, there you go. All right, good evening, council. And to the folks who are still hanging out with us this evening, the first report for you is in a response to a request you had at the January 27th, the council meeting, in regards to the development of an equity and diversity committee, and as well as some questions around the equity and anti-racism plans that have been mandated by the province. So this report in particular covers the concept of the committee and how we got here. It does have an attachment around the approach that staff are taking to the Equity and Belonging Framework Development Plan that I can speak to as well, but just wanted to make sure that staff understood that they are two separate entities. Though connected, they're not one and the same. With or without the committee, the plan is mandated for us, so we do have to move forward with that. So I just wanted to provide that clarity as well to council this evening. So at the top of the report, you do see the recommendation that it's coming with regarding that council approve the request from the Kentville Inclusion and Access Advisory Committee and the Diversity and Belonging Task Team to direct the CAO to update the Diversity and Belonging Task Team's terms of reference and transition them to a committee of council. Just for a summary and brief background, this is stemming a lot from the provincial's act that was enacted in 2022 regarding the dismantling of racism and hate across the province. Municipalities were the first units prescribed to complete an anti-racism and anti-hate plan, whether or not that's the exact wording, but that is the concept of the plans moving forward. And in your report, you can see the key elements that are expected of municipal units to be included within that. What I do want to acknowledge is that it is in alignment with the Accessibility Act requirements. So as you're aware, and as Councillor Baker spoke to at your previous council meeting, we do have a accessibility plan that has to be updated every 3 years. And with this new equity plan as well, it would have to be updated on the same 3-year cycle. So the province would be expecting regular updates to both of the separate plans. To provide a brief background on how we got here. Yes, the province created that mandate in 2022. Various communities have been involved in this work in different ways, but from a town of Kentville perspective, our Parks and Recreation Department did sign the Recreation Nova Scotia Anti-Racism Charter, which did provide staff with tools and resources and recommendations on how to implement that within their program or their department specifically and outward programming. The community's taken steps, or council's taken steps towards decolonization through acts like the Names Committee and the transition to Bridge Street. These are all small steps. They are movements towards more cultural representation and reconciliation, though there's still many more steps to be done. With the work of the Parks and Recreation Department and the collaboration with the Accessibility Committee, we did see the creation of the Diversity and Belonging Task Team in 2024 and 2023. There are similar groups to this across other municipalities, and there is a jurisdictional scan we'll cover as well. I do want to name that other municipalities had been doing some of this work even prior to our creation of that. Huge shout out to New Glasgow. They've been doing some of this since 2010. So it's great learning about some of the stuff they've been doing. But the task team has been operating as a subcommittee to accessibility. And so they report to accessibility, and then they rely on the council members who sit on accessibility to report to council at large on the projects that they're working on. And within the conversations between the subcommittee and the accessibility committee as well, there's an acknowledgement of the differences in terms of the workload and where they're currently at. So the accessibility plan is currently in the review stage, and the equity plan needs to be in the development stage. And so there is hope that the Diversity and Belonging Task Team becomes a standing committee of council. Yes, there's an element to help inform the plan and the framework development, but also to represent a commitment to acknowledging the need for equity and diversity across our community, how our community's been changing, how the representation in our community has been changing, and that they feel a committee could be a really strong representation of that. Within the jurisdictional scan, you can see that within the multiple municipalities listed, as well as the ones who are similar size to us, majority on the list have separate committees, and some have been enacted for different times. Some communities have already had plans in place. Our neighbors, Kings County, have had their equity and diversity plan since 2022. The town of Amherst has had their inclusion and diversity equity strategy since 2021. And I thought it was really interesting on the South Shore, they took a regional approach to both committees. So they have multiple municipal units at the table and are doing regional approach plans. And again, New Glasgow's been doing the work. And Marty and I were able to chat because New Glasgow is one of the communities who also has municipal policing, and their municipal policing has been really involved in their equity plan. Luckily, Marty is well aware of that work and is in constant communication with other chiefs, and our department is doing very similar training to what that department is doing in New Glasgow as well. And the piece I really wanted to highlight before naming the discussion pieces here is that if there's an avenue where the committees could be combined, which we do see in Berwick, and the feedback we've gotten from Berwick is that they are looking to split those committees in the future, that this was a piece to help enact it early on. But one of the biggest pieces is that for accessibility, the Accessibility Act mandates that municipalities have the committee and that 50% of the committee members represents individuals with varying abilities within our community. And so if the committees were to be combined, that 50% is still true. And that 50% could also represent someone else, a duality in representation in terms of being from an additional marginalized group. But if you had let's say there's 10 people on the committee, if you had 50% accessibility, there's 5. You have 2 councillor members who may or may not represent both groups, and then you would have possibly 3 individuals who feel more connected to the representation of diversity and equity. So just with those statistics alone from the Diversity and Belonging Task Team's perspective, they feel they would be more represented in a committee structure. So this is how we landed to this request. Staff will still keep moving forward with plan development and regarding the equity plan requirement. The task team still has a mandate up until July 2025. And if they were to become a committee, we would repeal is the word, that mandate and then transition them to a committee of council, and they are aware that they would have to do the application process and all those pieces that are required within a committee. So they're aware and prepared for that. So that is one of the items up for discussion, and then in the attachment, staff have provided a 2-pager on our current approach to the plan development, and we'll bring some more formal pieces in March to you, but bringing that as information tonight for council so that you can get an idea of where we're going to March, with hopes that we can have a version of something going to the province in April. And I will note that from a staff perspective, we learned that even this 2-pager here tonight is quite close to what the province would accept in an April plan, that they just want to know that there's steps towards this and steps towards recognizing the need for more equity and belonging in our communities. So I'll leave it at that for questions, and I know we have 2 great members from the Parks and Rec Department and Marty here as well to speak to some of the work that their department's doing on these topics.
Thank you for your report, Ms. Christie. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Christie based on her report? Councillor Hamilton.
So I would like to acknowledge that it is actually Black History Month, and I'd like to honor the achievements of that month. We went to a really good event last week. I truly believe that we need to have 2 separate committees for council on equity and accessibility. I think they're both key priorities. They intersect, but people hold multiple
Councillor Hamilton, can I just stop you for a second? Do you have any questions? Because we didn't put the motion on the floor yet, and we'll jump to that when we put the motion on the floor.
No,
Yeah, but if you have any questions, that's the time to ask them, and then when we put the motion on, you can
no.
debate. Yeah, okay. Any other questions for Ms. Christie based on that? No questions? Okay, so there's a recommendation here. Like the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the February 24th, 2025 meeting of council, that council approve the request from the Kentville Inclusion and Access Advisory Committee and the Diversity and Belonging Task Team to direct the CAO to update the Diversity and Belonging Task Team terms of reference and transition the task team to a committee of council. If someone could move that. Councillor Hamilton, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kroll. Now, is there any discussion on this? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you, Alicia, for your presentation. It was great. And it was really helpful for me to be able to sort of dissect the two. I know I had a conversation with Councillor Maxwell after last CAC meeting to get a really good understanding of the inclusion and Access Advisory Committee, and then the DBTT, and how they're different, they coincide together, but to have those two separate committees really, really made sense, and that they don't have to come necessarily through the Inclusion and Access Advisory Committee. That's a lot to get out. So I appreciate that and the information, and it makes far more sense to me now, and I'll be supporting this motion. So thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Excellent job. Thank you once again. And I'd just like to speak to support of the motion. I think it's, I don't want to steal Councillor Hamilton's thunder, but I think it's important to acknowledge that, yes, it is Black History Month, and the Black communities around Kings County, around Kentville, have made significant contributions to our heritage, and that needs to be respected. We have a mandate to promote reconciliation and to rectify past wrongs. I think we need to do that in a way that doesn't water down either committee. I think you outlined very well how the memberships of those committees would water down each other's representation, and I think we need to encourage more representation, more involvement in those committees, so people who belong to each of those communities will feel welcome in Kentville. So yes, I would support that, and I also would recommend to anybody who's out there reading the meeting package. At the end of the package, there are quite a few. I counted off the top of my head 3 letters in support of this motion from community members, and they're very well written. So I can't highlight them right now, or else I'm going to lose my space here, but it is a very well-received, and citizens of Kentville strongly support this.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Alicia, for that great report. And as a member of the Inclusion and Accessibility Committee, I very much agree that the Diversity and Belonging Task Team should be a committee of its own. For me, I think it is something that we've needed to do in the town of Kentville for a long time, to start recognizing the different communities within our community, and acknowledging their impact and the impact that they have had in the past and can have in the future for our town. And I think that the best part of them becoming a committee is that their work, which they're doing great work, can be brought to council faster from a committee than it can by having to do the work and then bring it to Inclusion Committee and then bringing it to council. I think that this group has been working very, very hard, and I think that they have earned the right and the respect to have their own group and bring their own ideas and so on directly to council, rather than having to go through another group. So yes, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, you ready for the question? The Council Advisory Committee recommend to the February 24th, 2025 meeting of council that council approve the request from the Kentville Inclusion and Access Advisory Committee and the Diversity and Belonging Task Team to direct the CAO to update the Diversity and Belonging Task Team terms of reference and transition the task team to a committee of council. Voting is now open. And voting is now closed. Motion is carried. We're now moving on to the minimum property maintenance standards bylaw first reading, and I'll let you take the floor again.
All right, on to the next one. So folks may recognize some words in this staff report. At the January CAC, we brought a draft minimum standards bylaw to council to go to first reading in January. But after having, so that bylaw had gone through iterations between staff and the solicitor as well. But after further review for both the solicitor and staff, that there was more opportunities to improve the bylaw, particularly from a perspective of ensuring there's no potential for duplication, particularly with the building code or the fire code, and making sure that it's really a maintenance bylaw, so the continued maintenance of properties within the town of Kentville, and acknowledging that things like unsightly premises and other provincial legislation still apply, but that this can build on top of those pieces within our community. So after receiving that feedback, the bylaw had changed to the point that we needed to bring it to another first reading. It also resulted in a name change, so it's now the minimum property maintenance standards bylaw. And also within the report, I'm saying it as Chapter 110, but you approved the heritage bylaw, I think, in January, which then became Chapter 110 because it moved faster. This would be 111 now, so ignore the number within that. But nonetheless, you have been provided with the new bylaw this evening. Again, this would go to first reading at council, so if there are minimal, sorry, I'm going to try not to use that word too much, minimal changes to the bylaw based on recommendations this evening, we'll bring it to first reading at the end of the month. And both myself, the solicitor, and the director of planning are here to help give feedback. And on the back of the staff report, there's a jurisdictional scan where I tried to highlight how in other communities there is minimum standards that reflect like housing, similar to the bylaw, fire code, etc., like our previous one had. And then there are others as well that focus just on maintenance, and actually in many they go between both, which our previous one had been going between both as well. So if you folks were to do a scan as well, you would still see language around minimum standards. So the language of minimum property maintenance might not come up as commonly in other municipal jurisdictions, but I did add some dates to some of them because you could see that some of them haven't been updated in quite some time. So this is perhaps an updated version of those bylaws. So we're here to hear your thoughts this evening, understanding that it's going to official first reading at the end of the month.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions for Ms. Christie? Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Emily, again for your report. And I have a concern that we adapted and we changed this bylaw since the last time that we looked at it. And at that time, we had a section in there concerning dumping of debris in subdivisions. Now, this wouldn't be debris on one's property. This would be debris brought into a subdivision from another area of town or the county even, and dumped somewhere in that subdivision. And that no longer exists in this bylaw. And one of the reasons for this bylaw was to rectify that situation. And I think that I need an explanation, as do some citizens, as to why that's no longer included. Mm-hmm. Because there is just no excuse, I don't think, for bringing in debris from outside of a subdivision and dumping it within a subdivision. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we might think that that is, you know, would confuse the construction industry and so on, but in construction, you have a time that it's starting and a time that it's ending. And when something is ongoing for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years and ongoing, I think it comes a time that we have to address that issue. We're not a dump in the town, and we shouldn't be a dump. And so,
Yeah,
I
thank you.
would kind of like that changed.
So I might reference the solicitor as well, but prior to that, I do want to name that dumping was included in the version that you saw in January.
Yes.
And it was then recommended by our solicitor that we remove it, particularly around the definition of debris, and as well as if we regulate dumping, that there could be other implications to that in regards to development and whatnot, but you could
Right.
also provide further clarity to your own words, if you'd like.
I think I should say it's covered already. The Valley Waste Bylaw regulates dumping. So whether what you're referring to is based on the facts would have to be investigated by Valley Waste, but Valley Waste prohibits dumping. This bylaw and the predecessor was, the intention behind it, regardless of what others may have thought, was always around standards. And the act of dumping isn't a standard, right? And so this bylaw has been pared back to deal with that standard. There is a section in this bylaw that may or may not cover what you've just described, but it's not focused on the act of dumping. It's focused on what's accumulating, right? And so the standard deals with that, what it is that the activity on the ground as opposed to trucks coming and going. But let me go back and say that dumping by itself is very clearly addressed in the Valley Waste Bylaw. So either what you're describing is prohibited or it's not under the Valley Waste Bylaw. And if it's not prohibited there and is not prohibited here, then, and there's something happening that council feels should be regulated, then that may be a standalone issue to be regulated by itself or in conjunction with other activities, but it doesn't seem to be a maintenance standards issue, because you already have tools under dangerous and unsightly, and you have tools under the Valley Waste Bylaw. And this bylaw will give additional tools when it comes to property maintenance. But the act of trucks running in and out of a subdivision isn't regulated here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it should be regulated, because if this was happening in other areas of the town and other subdivisions in the town, you would be hearing about it. But having trucks running into a subdivision, bringing environmental debris from other locations and dumping it behind a property in that subdivision, that should be being regulated.
So what you're describing
Yes.
is not the raison d'etre of this bylaw, right? It's what Valley Waste regulates, right? Valley Waste's job is to regulate where waste goes and how it's addressed. And so as we stand here, we do not know, because we aren't the investigating authority, we do not know what Valley Waste's position might be on what you've described. They may very well have a position that could result in what you've described being stopped.
I'm going to ask the solicitor, or the CAO. I believe an investigation was done into this.
So, before my time, Valley Waste has been on site, I believe, more than once to investigate dumping, and they did not deem it to warrant a charge. Director Bell may be able to provide more input, I'm not sure.
So I want to say that what I'm telling you is based on the limited information that the two of us have, and there may be other information, but I don't think we should be conducting investigation at open council. So so there may be information, such as the CAO just shared, that could result in us coming back to council with a report saying, this particular activity, Valley Waste says they don't regulate. Do you want to regulate it? But it's not a property standards issue, right? What I hear you describe is a dumping issue that perhaps Valley Waste chooses not to regulate.
Exactly, and so before this goes to first reading, I think we need to figure that out. Because if we start having multiple trucks running into multiple subdivisions and dumping environmental waste to fill a hole in somebody's backyard, and this is happening all over town and allowed to happen, I think there's going to be a lot of citizens that are going to be upset about that. And not to mention the fact that this is happening at all hours of the day. Could be 6:30 on Sunday morning. It could be 11 o'clock on Monday night. All hours of the day, all days of the week.
So I just want to be clear that much of what you've just said is news to me and isn't consistent with some of the information that's been provided to me. So to be clear, I believe I know what property you're speaking of, and I have seen photographs and there's no evidence of environmental waste. This is wood, mostly branches, yard waste. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I call environmental. It'll break down, it'll compost, right? And so, yes, and there is lots of information because I know that citizens have made multiple complaints to town, and I know that citizens have come in and spoken to our CAO about this. And because it's only happening in one area of the town at the moment, if we don't regulate it, then, anybody can make a little money by having a company come in and fill a hole that's in their backyard with waste and debris. I think it is a standard that we should be seeing in the town of Kentville, and it should be maintained.
So that's what I'm saying. From my perspective, for what it's worth, I don't think it fits in this bylaw, what you've described. This bylaw does regulate a big pile of stuff. Big pile of yard waste, if it's dangerous, for example, it's a fire hazard. This bylaw regulates it. It may or may not apply to what you've described. It would require an investigation after council adopts this bylaw, if it chooses to do so. The trucking aspect is a different thing, right? And I hear you that it's what's resulting in the pile. This regulates piles, don't get me wrong. It doesn't regulate trucking, because that's not what this is about.
Well, I think there's a problem with that, and I will not pass a first reading on this bylaw until that problem is solved.
Councillor Savage?
Thank you, Worship. Just to dovetail on what Councillor Maxwell says, yeah, I think there was perhaps some communication breakdown around this piece because the two were married, right? When we were talking about the dumping piece and all hours of the night and what was being dumped. And I understand that this addresses the issues, or it addresses the stuff on the property and the debris or whatever you want to call it. But there's a whole other aspect to this, and my understanding was that it would cover that piece off as well. And I apologize, the Valley Waste bylaw, I'm not familiar with it. I don't know that it was ever.
So that's why I would say, I think that there's more discussion to be had, perhaps, about that piece.
Yeah.
And it may just be that, like I say, I don't know what happened on the Valley Waste side.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna regulate commercial, if that's what it is, commercial traffic, right? Then it's not just dumping some branches over the bank, right?
Yeah.
It's if somebody's infilling their property for development, how long, what days of the week, what hours? I mean, this is much more. This may seem to be a simple issue.
But, yeah.
It's much bigger. And that's why I say it's not this bylaw.
Okay.
It may be another bylaw if it's necessary. Because based on what you're describing, it may be information the Valley Waste didn't have. I don't know. I have no way of knowing what information Valley Waste had. I think we would, as a group, by the sounds of things, encourage Valley Waste to say, if it's commercial dumping, why aren't you regulating it? And perhaps it's the Valley Waste bylaw that needs to be tweaked in a discussion with Valley Waste.
Yeah.
Because like I said earlier, they very much regulate what gets dumped where, right?
Citizens have been chasing this around for 4+ years. Citizens have been chasing this around for 4+ years, and they have been told that this bylaw will bring an end to that issue. And now we're looking at them and we're telling them, oh, sorry, no, we got to do further investigation. Now, how many more years is it going to take for us to make sure that this type of activity does not take place inside the town of Kentville? And I think that needs to be looked at. It was one of the driving forces for bringing this bylaw, and citizens deserve to live in a subdivision where that type of activity is not happening, and if it's happening, it needs to be regulated. These are the time of day. This is when you're allowed to go from this month to this month, and that's it. But if I saw this happening in other subdivisions of town, we would be having big issues in town here. So that needs to be solved, and as I said, I will not support a first reading on this until that is resolved.
CEO, do you want to speak?
I will. I mean, this first came to my attention probably last February, and I met with a resident in the area, I believe, last March. And I had 2 councillors talk to me about a minimum standards bylaw. I think that the strategic initiative coordinator has been at least through 4 iterations of this, trying to find a way to make that bylaw work. Based on the advice of the solicitor, we had to go with it's a late night now.
Minimum maintenance, property maintenance standards.
Yes, it is an issue that has to be resolved. We'll continue to work at it. There is the potential that minimum standards was never the right tool to use, but it is what was offered to me by the resident, and it's what was offered to me by the council, and it's what we have chased for a number of months. We're coming into the spring season in May. We have a limited runway. I'll reconvene with Alicia, Strategic Initiatives Coordinator, tomorrow. We meet at 9 a.m., which isn't that far away now. But it is certainly the intention of administration to find a tool to address it. It is not our intention to see this run out for 4 years. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, we need a tool that will work.
So I guess we'll just leave this with you then as is. Is that the plan and will of council, just to leave it as is now and put a pause on it?
First time I've ever seen that defeated look on my colleague.
Yeah. All right, so there's direction there. We're gonna move on now to new business. And you're still gonna present, Alicia?
Yep.
All right.
Still
you
me.
Go
Can't
ahead.
get rid of me yet. All right, I'm acknowledging the time, so I'm not going to try and break your brains with this one, but it is unfortunately a slight brain bender, so forgive me on that. So the staff report you have in front of you is essentially a follow-up to a motion that was passed in July 2024. Where council directed the CAO to explore opportunities to partner with neighboring municipalities to reduce energy costs for residents. And for those who were not on council at the time, this was a result of council not moving forward with the PACE program, which was a program where municipalities could support residents in purchasing solar panels for their homes. But at the time, the interest was very high, and we would have to put a lien on their house. And at the time, council did not feel comfortable moving forward with that type of regulation. And so staff have been trying to seek other opportunities in response to that motion that was passed in July 2024. That council still very much wanted to see opportunities where we could reduce the energy costs for residents that are not through programs such as PACE. So with that in mind, and luckily with our partnership with the Clean Foundation through the Community Climate Capacity Program, we were able to get in connection with the municipality of Colchester, who were submitting an application to the Low Carbon Community Fund for a solar garden feasibility and design study. And they were seeking other municipalities who were interested in being considered as a partner in that. So based on that motion, CAO wrote a letter of support that we would be interested in being considered if they were successful within the report as a response to that motion. Since that time, Colchester has been successful in the funding, and they themselves are moving forward with the project no matter what. But they have reached back out to see if Kentville is interested in being involved in the launch of a community solar program, which is a program through Nova Scotia Power and the province of Nova Scotia for a guaranteed purchase agreement with Nova Scotia Power over 25 years. Some people may ask, how do solar panels in Colchester help residents in Kentville? But essentially the solar community garden, forgive me, how it works is that based on the partners who come to the table with Colchester, based on population, so right now Kentville is 15% of the Colchester population, we would contribute up to 15% to be involved in the power generation, and it means that this would come out in the feasibility study, but we would identify how many of our residents would be able to tap in and subscribe to the program. NS Power would recognize our subscribers and take the energy savings off their power bill. So it calculates the energy savings from the solar energy generated, and then our residents would benefit. Now, within the report that you see in front of you, we highlight what the feasibility study would cover, primarily the site selection criteria, the feasibility of how the program would work within the partnered municipalities, the financial feasibility, what's the return for subscribers, and what does it look like when the municipalities only have resident subscribers, and what does it look like when the municipality themselves subscribe as well for energy savings on their own facilities and buildings in addition. So overall, the goals of the project are to offer direct financial benefit to residents to lower power bills, to prioritize equity deserving community groups in the selection process for subscribing to the program, reduce energy poverty, and contribute to overall reduction of greenhouse gases. So I won't go fully detailed into everything named in the report, but I do want to acknowledge the budget section in particular. So from Colchester's application, it is a $150,000 feasibility and design. They applied for the LCC grant. They got 50% match funding from the province, which brought the cost down to $75,000 that they would share with other municipal partners. Based on our population percentage, again, we're the 15% of their population, we are being asked to contribute $11,250. However, based on our partnership with the Clean Foundation, they're willing to pay for $6,000 worth of our contribution, leaving $5,625 left to come from the town of Kentville to then leverage a $150,000 feasibility study on a solar community garden and design. If council, right now, staff are looking for a decision on whether or not council would like to go down this route and be included. It does not mean you are committing to the capital investment of the solar garden. You're just committing to being involved and considered a partner in the feasibility study to get the information. That would come back to council, and then we would decide if you move forward with the capital side. Again, that would be calculated based on partnership, and Colchester is in conversation with Stewiacke, Truro, and one other municipality that's completely left my mind, maybe Cumberland. I'm just going geographically at this point. So the price may also change if more partners come to the table, but like I said, they are moving forward with or without us, but they are interested to know if we'd like to be included in at least getting the information on what it might look like for a book cost of about $11,000, but with the Clean Foundation grant coming in, and then the $5,625 coming from the town of Kentville. There is also a description that the Clean Foundation made for us on how solar the community garden actually works and how the energy gets to the benefit of Kentville residents. So if you have questions about that, happy to address them.
Any questions for Ms. Christie on this report? Councillor Baker.
And thank you for that. I'm a big supporter. I have a couple of questions. So it's a $5,600 investment to find out whether we can buy in. So I guess I want to know what that next buy-in is going to be. Even though I don't know the scope of their project, I know it's, 100 megawatts that they can produce, or?
I have it back here.
Yeah.
Do I? My brain is starting to go as well.
That's okay. So that's my question. And if we can bring that back, it's like, what is the capital expense after this?
So
Because
that would come in the feasibility study. We don't have an answer to that piece right now.
true, but these projects have been built just down the road in Berwick, so we know how much it costs to build something that size, so we can have an expectation between $30,000 and $60,000, 10 and 15. That's kind of where I would like to know, because I just, don't want to push away 56 to 23 or 25 plus GST or whatever.
We can follow back up with
Tariffs.
Colchester to see if they've done some forecasting on that piece. What I do know is they've already moved forward on 1 or 2 additional capital grants in potential projections. So they've already moved in the process to lower the cost.
Right on.
What those costs may be. They themselves have also said that we're waiting on the feasibility study to confirm, because it depends on the site, how big the site is, what's available, how much we can put there, et cetera. So I can get the information that Colchester has provided, but thus far, this report was based on all the information
Just the
Colchester
feasibility.
has given us so far, but we can inquire deeper if needed.
And my second question is about the subscribership. I realize the municipality, the town of Kentville, could be a subscriber. And to me, this is all taxpayers' dollars, so all taxpayers should benefit from it. So reducing the town of Kentville's costs benefits everybody. There are people, though, in our municipality who have higher energy costs than others. Even though, we get down the road, in the idea of being transparent, what are the criteria for being a successful subscriber? Obviously, it has to do with household income versus energy cost. And from that, how do we prioritize that?
So what I will name is, within the report, if you see under the section entitled Further Research, within the feasibility study, there is program subscription criteria, and the 5 that are currently highlighted as priority would be individuals that represent African Nova Scotian households, Indigenous off-reserve households, households experiencing energy poverty, low-income households, and renters, and those renters are particularly the folks that are unique because they don't often have autonomy over their energy and where it's coming from.
And my follow-up to that, if I may, is just that if we get involved with this, how do we follow up with those people? Because those folks, if you're in that type of situation, you don't necessarily have access to internet, you don't have access to the technology to get these applications done, or the patience. So is Town of Kentville willing to follow up with staffing to follow this through and make sure that we have a high subscribership?
This would be part of coming to the table and engaging with the feasibility study and acknowledging staff capacity within that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
CEO, do you want to speak to that?
If I can, just because it's relevant, I know that you had your light on first. Just because of Antiganish's involvement with area, one of the big advantages of Solar Garden is the reduced cost to subscribe. So if you want to put solar on your roof, there's a good cost benefit now, especially with the subsidies. But you have to have $10,000 to $20,000 to do it. Generally, the subscriptions that we were involved with area were projected to be a couple of $100s to get started. So it does really drop the access point. Again, the feasibility study is necessary to make sure financially it makes sense in one shape or another. You probably don't want to spend taxpayers' dollars to purchase electricity that is more expensive than what you would buy from Nova Scotia Power, but until you do the study, you can't tell. Even with Berwick, Antigonish, and Mahone Bay, there were a lot of unknowns that we found out along the way that drove our cost higher that wouldn't be the barriers that you would see now. But certainly the idea of the subscription is to allow access to a lot wider audience than would be possible with solar in Antigonish. And again, it's too late in the evening to go down that path. If you want to have a conversation tomorrow, it is a good story.
I just want to make sure there isn't a cost to the subscribers.
Still figuring. From what we understand, there's a subscription management piece that we still need to further understand within the feasibility study, but at this stage, we have not been told that there is a cost to the subscriber. That is not confirmed nor denied, but at this stage, we have not been informed that.
Just my research indicates the Electricity Act of February 24 says there can be no cost for a subscription. So.
This is again, nor
It's subject to
confirmed nor
interpretation.
denied.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
want to be quoted on something
Got
that
it.
we go back on
Thank you.
later.
It's too late for me to be antagonistic. Thank you for your work.
Deputy Mayor Kroll.
Excuse me, I'm getting a frog in my throat. Is there any idea of the savings that could be achieved by a subscriber? Do they have any idea of how much they could, Nova Scotia Power could reduce their, say, the average power bill?
So this is a new program from Nova Scotia Power, the 25-year power purchase agreement, and the intent is that questions like that are answered in the feasibility study. So at this time, we don't have an answer.
Okay, so I guess there's no more questions. So you've got a recommendation, I guess, that would read that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the February 24th meeting of council that council give direction to staff to partner with the municipality of Colchester and the Clean Foundation by contributing $6,000 toward the completion of a low-carbon communities feasibility study on a community solar garden and design in the 2025-2026 fiscal year. If someone could move that. Councillor Andrew, and a seconder, Councillor Baker. Is there any discussion on that? I'm just going to make a quick comment. It could very well be a great idea. I just think we've gone down this rabbit hole a couple times with other programs, and we just don't seem to. We've tried PACE, I think, twice, and that to me was a better sounding initiative, and we're just. So I'm not going to support this, but it's the will of council. So, any more discussion on that? We're ready for the question? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Andrew.
Okay. That's my concern with all else we have going on right now. To do something that looks like prospecting, I'm concerned about that.
Okay. Ready for the question? That Council Advisory Committee recommend to the February 24th meeting of council that council give direction to staff to partner with the municipality of Colchester and the Clean Foundation by contributing $6,000 toward the completion of a low-carbon communities feasibility study on a community solar garden and design in the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Voting is now open. Oops. Voting is now closed. And the motion is carried. We're now moving on to our public, staff could have gone, right? The reports are done.
I wanted them here for this. I don't know
Okay.
what questions are going to come.
Okay. We're now moving on to correspondence. We have several pieces of correspondence here. There's a correspondence regarding the dog park adjacent to Miners Landing. A few pieces from citizens regarding the stormwater study, which will be presented to council in the coming weeks. And there's also a piece from the Kentville Rotary Club. As many of you may know, they were going to construct a gazebo to celebrate their 100 years in Kentville, but due to the cost, they've decided to put their efforts onto another project, which I'm sure we'll hear about in the future. And there's several letters that were received in support of council creating a diversity and belonging task force committee, which we seem to be a step closer to. So that is the end of that. We're now going to move on to public comments. Yes, sorry. Hold on. Go, you're green.
Just one of the pieces of correspondence with respect to Richard and Leslie Galp and the dog park. I know that was correspondence. Is that something that may come?
Yes, it's my intent to bring
Yeah,
that
okay,
to
great,
an
thank you. That's it?
upcoming meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions on those correspondences? Okay. We'll now move to public comments. I invite citizens up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. State your name and chat away. I guess we have a quiet room tonight. So I'd call for an adjournment if someone would like to call. So moved. And has Councillor Savage and Deputy Mayor Kroll is the seconder. All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned at 10:10.